And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are back once again, second game of the series here as Kalmi Chata seem to be discovering the hard way what it means to face the true raid boss of the tournament here. Level Up so far the strongest looking team, and they are still very much holding their own. Kalmi Chata though with the Templar Assassin draft once again. Templar was solid enough last game, right? It was the heroes that had to protect the Templar Assassin that were kind of falling flat. So I agree with the pick here, but first picking it like this, it kind of sets them up to be countered, right? And we already see that this discovery unfold right now with not just a Naga Siren and a Marcy. Because Marcy Ultimate, even if it's a Marcy support, is really good at dealing with the Templar Assassin, of course. But they also got themselves the Urza now. Urza, not the greatest against Templar, but being that he's a melee hero and builds a Skull Basher, there is gonna come that point where you can just jump the Templar first and lock her down using that Skull Basher so that she just cannot move in any direction. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I know it's been a while since I've been able to show her off on camera, since she's discovered how to check when the camera is running and she doesn't want to be on camera. But look who I got. I got my little black fuzzy co-caster here with me to see what she makes of the drafts. What do you think of that Puck being banned out? Do you think Puck is an overrated ban, huh? Alright, I'll showcase her once more for the camera, then I'll let her chill. Come on, little buddy. Yeah. Aren't you the cutest? Oh, you're gonna be a famous Dota star. You're gonna be a famous Dota star. Yes, you. Yes, you. So, now that you've met my little mascot, let's see what the other bans are gonna be, but one will be rather obvious, the Storm Spirit being banned out. And like I've just said, I do think Puck is a bit overrated compared to bans like the Storm Spirit, because Storm Spirit is just way better here as far as the draft goes, right? Like Storm as a last pick for Call Me Chata would enable the Tusk, would enable the Darkseer, and it would serve to keep the Templar Assassin safe, and that's the kind of thing they need right now. Oh, okay. Alright, interesting. I'm not sure if I love this draft, to be honest, but it will be mid lane Templar Assassin this time around. Lifestealer taken to the safe lane here. Alright. I'm all up for safe lane lifestealers. I always enjoy watching the lifestealer in action, right? But yeah, looking at the drafts, I think I'm still gonna. I don't know, I don't want another 2-0. I've been cursed for having had like 8 2-0 series in a row. So 8 freaking 2-0s without a third game. I really want the third game here, because I think the drafts may enable it if the Lifestealer pops off. But that's the thing, every time we've seen Lifestealer last pick, it has been kind of this, oh, hey, I'm going to, you know, make sure our carry pops off kind of hero. And you need to make sure that Lifestealer pops off now, which if the mid lane gets shut down before Lifestealer even comes online will become impossible, right? Because Templar Assassin is so momentum based, she needs that Blink Dagger, she needs that Desolator. Both of those things are quintessential for her to be able to play the game properly. So yeah, looking across the drafts, I don't know, it's close. Like, I think Call Me Chata, they have so close to a good draft here, but they are missing the flash initiation, right? The best initiation they have is that vacuum wall, which, meh. Like, if this Darkseid was an X, I think Call Me Chata would have this for sure. Or if there was any other better initiation available without sacrificing anything else their team does. But right now, the combo is Vacuum into the Wheel of Wonder, which is pretty potent if you land it. But it's also the kind of combo that requires two of your heroes to stand on the sidelines to be ready to commit in and get damage going that way.
Your life, much like your head, like support. Didn't see that coming, did you?
You want
Oh
me?
boy.
Are you okay?
Like, being spammed out, but there's still plenty of time until we see those 0-minute smokes come out.
Very good.
Some fun voice lines being spammed out.
30 seconds to battle.
With the smoke, trying to get the carry.
The battle begins.
As the battle begins, I guess. Life Stealer. Having a chill lane thus far. It should be a quiet laning stage here anyways. I'm just hoping that Kalmi Chata don't lose this Life Stealer lane. Also, no chat, this is the real Kiritich playing. It is the Virtus Pro player standing in here.
Has been killed.
But Lifestealer is supposed to be the real Kiritich, so we should be in for a really big treat here. Just having swapped their carry for a stand in a short notice. As Ponlo, the first blood, going down before Ike is gonna fall here. Amazing aggression on the top lane is going to reward Kalmi Chata. And it looks like they're not even gonna sacrifice the support for it. Another kill there, this time around 4 level up, no first blood though, so at 2, well, he still got rewarded for his aggression and for kind of cutting off the Ringmaster there. Not quite as much of a reward as he wanted, not quite all of that XP and snowball timing. As it is gonna be a kill onto melee, onto that Darkseer. Yeah, this is what I mean, like both Darkseer and Lifestealer are such great picks and two of my all-time favorite heroes, but they need designated space creators. They need a lot of time and effort to actually be developed, to actually be coming online, which isn't so easy. Urza enjoying his farm. Meles being ran down by the Naga Siren and he will be dragged out of position. Here's where we see the Urza Naga Siren combo come into effect. Meles just goes for one last vacuum, trying to still run away, but nope, says the Naga, having that Riptide ready, Riptiding him apart. Rubicon having a chill lane now though. Having gotten 2 assists, his farming speed has kind of been fixed. With Urza trying to frontline here. Not me. Not enjoying the fact that this lane is 2 melee heroes. They're not gonna get the kill. Darkseer though will be getting zoned out of the lane as well. And he is starting to take some blows from the Urza. Out comes the Ensnare. A nice defensive snowball from the Tusk. Will it be enough to save the Darkseer though? Nope, it will not. As Urza gets the slow up and level up. They're basically running circles around this top lane right now. Just getting an amazing Battle Fury timing setup for the Urza. Well, stacks starting to be made by this Naga Siren. As long as they're able to take them without being captured themselves, things should be fine here.
Dire are scanning.
That's not me trying to run down Urza. And Urza, he did not get enough right clicks, and one more would have done the trick onto not me, but not me will survive, will try to turn around onto the Naga Siren. Naga Siren though with the Riptide just wants the Tusk. Tusk however gets saved by the Darkseer and will be fine holding his own here. Very well played.
Dire are scanning.
Alright, so call me Chata. They may still be struggling on one of their 2 quintessential cores they need to bring online. Because Templar Assassin, don't get me wrong, she's gotta come online. But given that there's stacks in the triangle, that's just kind of the expectation, right? Madsen not having too much in the way of farm right now, but that is gonna change as he stabilizes this lane. And does have an arcane rune, which he's just gonna use to head back, refill his bottle here. Rubicon not able to help his Naga. Naga with the illusions though survives for a little while longer, long enough for Urza to kill off not me on the Tusk. Go in up to 2, where he will catch the Darkseer and is now going to chase away the Ringmaster. Rubicon though, oh boy, this Fuzzy Wuzzy is hungry. Urza, one more hit is gonna do the trick, and he isn't gonna get Impaling Arted down for that. He's gonna head to the secret shop immediately, buy that regen. Rubicon, he's looking at a free game right now, because now he has that health regen, now he can actually sustain himself against that constant harass. Urza banned out.
I shall honor your name. I shall honor your name.
I shall honor your name. Well, no unpause coming out yet, but the goes are being called. Okay, Ponlo needs a second, that's fair. Well, it seems... Okay, go. Go.
Didn't see
There we are. Seems like everybody's finally ready. As Templar Assassin immediately going back over to hyper aggression, trying to push out this mid lane and punishing Madsen for trying to have any fun.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Templar Assassin almost got the tier 1 tower down here. That is going to be a massive little advantage for them. But Atuf
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's
killed
middle
off and
tower
taken
is
down as the tier 1 tower is going to crumble here.
Radiant
Nice catch onto Templar Assassin, but Templar Assassin still has too much damage, so she's just gonna keep poking everybody away. In comes the Marcy though, saying you did not expect us to bring in 3, but apparently the Templar Assassin did, and as a matter of fact still has this Ringmaster behind her with a heal. Double kill for the Templar Assassin. Meanwhile, Krollgash dies over on top lane to the Darks here. Alright, this is kind of reminiscent of last game, but here the late game is so much better for Kalmichata, so this could be exactly the well-timed comeback that they have been looking for.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As it's gonna be the Naga Siren caught. Naga Siren with the illusions immediately getting whipped to regret her decision. Level up, bring in the Marcy once again, this time around at a way higher risk, though they will with a Centaur ultimate try to chase down these kills. And Rubicon, he's there, he has the damage output, trying to get a go onto the Templar Assassin still, but will end up regretting that. Alright, 1k gold lead for Kalmichata. Kalmichata actually hitting the item timings really well.
Worthy kill.
Lifestealer doing a little dance.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
As it is going to be the tier 1 tower. Getting destroyed slowly here.
radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, Queen of Pain does have another ultimate available. All of these big spells for the side of level up are there once more, so maybe they can try for a Stampede plus Queen of Pain ultimate initiation.
Dire are scanning.
As there is going to be another flash initiation catching Ponlo. Templar Assassin hitting all the right item timings here. See, mid lane Templar Assassin is just so much faster than carry Templar Assassin. I know you fall off even faster as well. Templar. Still on the hunt for more. We'll find Ponlo once again with the trap. Ponlo slowed up, feeling the massive damage that this Templar Assassin is delivering, and Naga Siren is going to go down in the corner. Urza, he had such a good laning stage, but now that Calmy Chats are 5-manning, things are looking a little bit more troubled. Queen of Pain gets ran down with the snowball, will get one of those kills. Madsen still has the Amplify Damage rune, will use it to get the second kill. Double for the Queen of Pain. Urza, meanwhile, getting Templar Assassin, is teleporting out of there, but with the Marcy ultimate on top of her, Templar is just going to bleed dry. So yeah, Templar, while she's having an excellent lane, an excellent item timing, she's still not the greatest pick here. It's still kind of a problematic hero to run, right? And Madsen is going to go down to the lifesteal for it. Naga Siren starting to get some farming on her own, but Ponlo, little does he know, he runs into an Invis Tusk. Tusk is going to give away his location there by body blocking the Naga. Still sitting on top of her, decides against it. Yeah, TA comes in just a little bit too late. Tusk, though, is immediately going for the D ward up there. Centaur so close to the blade mail, but Trollgash's item timing this game is just not looking that satisfactory. His Blink Dagger is going to be delayed, and they will need to play it careful until Centaur can go for that multi-hero Blink stun combo, right? Queen of Pain should be fine. Stampede, though, has been used, and they want more out of having used the Stampede, so they run down the Lifestealer over on the top lane with all of that extra movement speed. Out comes the Naga song to try and get a good setup onto first the Ringmaster, then the Templar Assassin. But that was a bit of a misplay from the Queen of Pain and Naga Siren. They just whipped the Queen of Pain almost completely. Sees this as a chance to reinitiate with the Darkseer. Darkseer coming in, dealing massive damage with the multi-hero vacuum wall. And now Rubicon, running for his life, will be saved by the Marcy. Ponlo, meanwhile, snatches up the regen rune. Is going to be able to use that to kite away people for a little while longer. Just making as much space as he humanly can. Ponlo. He could have pressed one more illusion to make a little bit more space, but I still think he's very satisfied with that, because that was a huge commitment onto just a Templar Assassin, right?
Radiant are scanning.
Well, call me Chata, they are slowly getting a snowballable lead. I'm not sure if it's really gonna be enough at this rate, but it is looking good. As that's gonna be Rubicon going down to the Lifestealer.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's structures are fortified.
As without the Urza, this next fight could be hard, and Ponlo will immediately feel just how hard getting Walrus punched into the face. Tier 2, slowly but surely getting torn through by the Templar Assassin. And Task needs to disconnect here, so the connection issues, despite having had a little bit of a long break between the games to make sure they could fix them, have not been resolved yet.
That went swimmingly.
Well, not really a lot happening, no goals being called, just a few voice lines in chat. It seems like both teams are a lot more serious than they were in game number 1, right? Because in game number 1 we saw that trash talk, we saw the all chat voice lines. Here though, everybody is kind of just being chill. Well, I just hope this wait's gonna be worth it, because this game, it has been pretty hype so far, considering that there's 30 kills at just not even 20 minutes, but I want things to, go and get insane here, like truly big 5v5 team fights, that sort of thing.
Didn't see that coming, did you? Didn't see that coming, did you? Feed me if you must.
Feed me if you must, says the TA. Which is funny, because, mind you, in her lore, she literally feeds on secrets. Also, chat's asking why we have a wooden computer streaming. We don't have a wooden computer streaming, we just have like 2 streams running on one computer during a heat wave. Which still isn't optimal, don't get me wrong, but the PC is actually really good. It's just getting a little too hot with the weather. I mean, clearly our production isn't the only one having overheating issues right now. Because that has been the most common, pause reason throughout this season. Just as Europe is experiencing a heat wave, we've had massive amounts of pauses just going, sorry, pause, need to restart PC, sorry, PC lagging. I mean, to be fair, I have like 4 really large coolers in my case, and it's still getting surprisingly hot if I run like, games on Ultra or whatever. So the heat is truly pretty freaking insane.
This feels already.
You didn't see that coming, did you?
As voice lines are coming out and everybody is kind of enjoying themselves.
You're in deep now.
A bunch of voice lines flying once again. That's usually a good sign. As Naga Siren is starting to get impatient. A sour note, indeed. I just hope we get a game number 3 to the series. Also, why am I praising Call Me Chata when I don't think they have good picks? Very good question, chat. And I do love when chat is calling me out on the stuff I say. Because, don't get me wrong, the reason why I think Call Me Chata are gonna lose this, and I've said this during the draft as well, but the reason why Call Me Chata aren't good is they are excellent. They are the way better team early game, and they are excellent and the way better team, like judging by drafts, late game. The problem is they have zero, and I mean zero in the way of mid game. You can already see how Templar Assassin is trying to come online really fast to kind of skip that mid game phase. But right now we are entering a game stage slowly but surely, where Queen of Pain with her ultimates can just take out the Templar Assassin, can just take out this Ringmaster, and potentially even counter-initiate when Darkseer gets a good vacuum wall off. So, the mid-game is why I'm so terrified for Call Me Chata, and like, if the mid-game isn't where their draft falls apart, then Call Me Chata are gonna win this, which I of course want, because game number 3, fuck yeah, but it's not so easy. This mid-game, it's gonna be highly strenuous for them. We've already seen how Call Me Chata were dominating the early laning stage, and then after the 12-15 minute mark are slowly starting to not really fall off, but they have to bring in all of their resources. They have to commit in all of their heroes, right? These ganks have basically become twice as costly compared to how, well, cheap and easy I could almost say they used to be.
Your life, much like your head, lacked your life, much like your head, lacked a point.
Your life, much like your head, lacked a point. Man, I do love Darkseer so much, because my real life job is security, that kind of thing. And, well, there's a little known secret, but anyone that does actual military level, like strategy and tactics for a living, no matter if it's like the local cops, or my supervisor, or, military personnel, all of them tend to just mimic Darkseer's specific flavor of arrogance, right? That INTJ, oh, I don't need a taste, I've already calculated it in my head. That kind of vibe Darkseer gives us so well. And all the good, like, tacticians and strategists IRL, they're also like that, right? Where they think they're the only one that can extrapolate information and like be 2 steps ahead of everyone, because they're just not used to that being a standard skill, basically. And that's something that Darkseer incorporates so well. Even in Dota 1, they kind of hinted at that and they kind of did his personality well, but it was still lacking compared to how awesome Dota 2 is now. 6 minutes of pause time left for Kalmichata. This is starting to spell bad news when the admin gets involved.
I shall honor your name.
I shall honor your name as the pause time keeps running out. And yeah, now we're paused long enough that I can actually read the chat responses to stuff I've been telling you guys. But yeah, I do know the trick with opening case and just exposing your PCs for better cooling. I'm pretty sure production knows it as well. Like I said, the main problem is just too little functioning computers that are well cooling with this heat for how many streams we gotta run. And our boss is aware of it. Make sure you keep crying, but I'm pretty sure he's aware of the issue, because this heat wave has been screwing over everyone, including the Dota servers. And I'm happy that it's at least somewhat cooled off again, right? But also, yeah, it's nice that chat is pointing out how dismal a glass PC case is. Because I got one myself and I was like, oh hell yeah, this thing looks awesome. I got a really nice looking gaming PC now. And then I realized just how horrendous glass is for cooling, because glass stores heat for a very long time. So if the glass plate on a PC gets warm, it's going to retain that heat. And the PC is going to have a way harder time cooling itself. Which is funny, because every modern gaming PC has a lot of glass parts, when that's basically enough to make you need 2 extra fans in it, right? Though also that's one of the things I really like about Dota. Naga Siren, pause 5 difference, Radiant 1 better. Based. Level up, just freaking hilarious.
Sour, no.
Mid-diff. This is beautiful. Because see, they're just joking. These players, they're laughing about it. They know each other. So the Naga Siren, who has the worst pick, GG ignore. Oh, I love it. I wish, Ego, I wish people would always just all chat like this, very openly and very entertaining fashion. Shoutouts to Ponlo. I do love Ponlo's significant amount of trash talk as the reconnects are coming in. Welcome back, go when ready. Haha, Madsen even giving the passive-aggressive welcome back there. Beautiful. Because, yeah, as I was saying, these players, they're aware of, their matchups, right? And this Templar Assassin knows that Templar Assassin has a really good lane against the Queen of Pain, and Naga Siren knows that Naga Siren has a horrible position 5 matchup compared to the Ringmaster. So we will see the Templar Assassin killed off right after the pause. Melas goes down as well. And it is going to be not me getting ran down and taken down.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Alright, call me Chata. Still having a magnificent gold lead, but that last team fight was a good showcase of why they need to play on the defensive and why they can't let themselves be surprised like that. I mean, that is kind of the thing where you come back from a pause and, like, during the pause... Uh-oh, not me. Taking magnificent damage. But people get distracted because of the pause, right? As Madsen taken down, and the snowball is going to at least keep this Queen of Pain somewhat contained. Urza got the ultimate off to deal with the Wheel of Wonder damage, but just not being damaged by the Wheel of Wonder will not keep him from being damaged by that massive Psyblade flying after him.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower
As Lifestealer teleports himself in there to try and just contest as much farm as possible. The Radiant jungle is being invaded, but they are all getting into defensive positions on the side of Call Me Chata to try and make sure they can kind of protect the jungle still. So mid tier 1 will be taken down. As there's gonna be another catch with the Templar Assassin and a beautiful pick off onto Atuf. I may get my game number 3 after all if I'm lucky. With the Stampede though, Centaur not able to make his way out of there, nor able to bring in more teammates to avenge him. So that's just kind of rough. Roshan, however, dying fast to the Radiant. The extra armor reduction from the Templar Assassin really good for taking down Roshans, especially if you have a lifesteal hitting very, very fast with that Feast damage. Well, no, Feast doesn't work on Roche anymore. I think they changed that a while ago. I know it used to be a thing where I'm pretty sure they nerfed it once they made Feast like scale on his ultimate.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Pain builds character. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower, Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower.
Templar with the lifesteal. They do want this game number 3, and like I keep saying, the mid game is where they have to be worried. So, Call Me Chata, they want every bit of advantage, they want every bit of a lead they can secure right now. And make sure that you're getting that lead. They will be able to kind of outlast the mid game, go into the late game where the lifesteal starts scaling and have themselves a better time. The gold lead is already pretty massive though, I'm not gonna lie. Pain. Trying to get a good setup going, but instead Madsen will be the one set up him on himself with that beautiful little cat. And Queen of Pain now just starting to struggle really. Spam. One more hit, Atuf goes down as well. Level up, they need to figure something out, and quickly. Templar still flash farming, but you can see Templar Assassin, she can get a BKB, and after that there isn't that many like amazing items for the TA to get, right? Centaur War Runner ultimate once again used defensively though. This is the second time in a row that Krolgash is forced to use that ultimate on the defensive. It is going to be Centaur War Runner taken down with one more right click from the Lifestealer there. Well, the high ground once again getting contested. The Sonic Wave from the Queen of Pain is there because a good Queen of Pain ultimate is pretty much a prerequisite to get a good initiation going. Tier 3 getting slapped and torn down with the massive push from Lifestealer and the Templar Assassin. Melee Rex, 2 more hits will be taken down, and with the TA just continuing the push, game number 3 is looking all but confirmed here. As Templar making sure to push carefully, because like I said, a good Queen of Pain ultimate, like blink behind them, and then, you know, dissipate the refractions is gonna be massive, but they also kind of want to wait out the Aegis now, knowing there's not much time on it left, and once it will be reclaimed, killing off the TA is gonna be so much easier.
Dire are scanning.
Ooh, nice initiation onto Assassin trying to hold her own, did at least force a buyback out from the Ringmaster, who is just biting back, trying to re-enter the fight. Tusk goes down, and Queen of Pain will as well, with a beautiful little combo there from the TA. And the Lifestealer though, they need to be very careful about this, because that's the Infest combo, turning the fight around, and Rubicon goes down. Yeah, this is what I was afraid of. The moment you see both Templar and Lifestealer walking within each other's melee range at you, things are awfully worrisome. Also, I hope my mic is working all properly. It has been attacked by a little cat before, so I can never be quite certain about that. It should be working alright. I hope so at least. Madsen though, his Queen of Pain is not really doing any more work, as she is going to be struck and taken apart by a beautiful Walrus Punch. As now the push will continue. And it's... Oh, I see the issue. My mic is a little bit too loud. Let's see if this fixes it. Hopefully this should. So I can talk loud again without any issue, yes? Well, either way, I am afraid that this game is going to be ending very soon here, with the Lifestealer, the Templar Assassin already working on the tier 4 tower, while Krolgash tries to split push, but the final initiation is coming in. They are not giving up on the side of level up. They will kill both of these terrifying cores. There is Mega Creeps against them, there is no more Rags, but it is going to be Ike taken down. Atuf will die to the Templar Assassin with the trap, but that is almost a team wipe. A little bit late defending their base here, but with Darkseer being the last one alive, things are looking awfully clean for the side of Kamichata still. Like Mega Creeps plus a Darkseer that can help you cut the creep wave and deal with the counter push. They got everything they need, right? So yeah, anything short of perfect Urza initiation after perfect Urza initiation is not going to be enough to win level up the game. Level up though, we're trying to do just that. Initiate with the Urza, make sure Rubicon is running people down as Naga Siren gets a beautiful catch on the Darkseer. Darkseer gets down, out comes the Queen of Pain ultimate, and technically that is a team wipe, ladies and gentlemen. It is a team wipe with 18 something thousand up against pretty much nothing, but Centaur still pushing out the top lane. If they turn this around, it would be insane, because I keep saying how Level Up are one of the strongest teams, how they're an absolute boss of a team this season of EPL, right? And despite being this boss mode team, they may face a defeat here, thanks to Call Me Chata being super well aware of this mid-game weakness in their draft, having gotten a massive gold lead early on, and then basically trying to avoid pushing overly extensive during the mid-game, still getting really good mega creep timing. It's going to be not me initiating perfectly onto Conlo as Atuf goes down as well. Urza, can he 2 versus 5 this with his Queen of Pain? No, he cannot. So Marcy is going to buy back, is going to save him from all of that Templar Assassin damage. But they need another perfect initiation like they had the last time. The 8 was almost finished. They're trying to get it this time around though. Ringmaster is expecting us, is there with the save. Marcy though with the ultimate once Melas will not quite get Melas. Queen of Pain is dead, will have to finish him up. But Queen of Pain dies for that, and with that the GG's in chat. Urza dies. Good game indeed. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, finally I get myself a game number 3 to a series. My curse of 2-0s is over. It has been like 7 or 8 2-0 series in a row until I finally get to, you know, cast a game number 3 again. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will get ourselves a 3rd game to the first series here at the European Pro League. And we do have ourselves a very long and action-packed day ahead of ourselves, right? We got a 3rd game of this series coming up right after the break. We got 3 more series after that. Only getting more amazing as this is the playoffs and the unworthy teams are being eliminated bit by bit. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all enjoyed the show thus far. I hope we're going to see another really close game like the one we just saw. Because let's be real here. If the Urza was not up against Megas by the time he hit that mid game, he suddenly had a really easy time killing the Templar Assassin. He just didn't do so in time, and Templar Assassin went for the mega creeps before he could kill them off. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are gonna head to a little bit of a break. I will be seeing you all for the next game of the series, and let's hope these amazingly close head-to-head games continue after the break. I'll be seeing you all then. Hope you're enjoying the show. More Dota 2 action coming up as always here at the European Pro League, season number 27. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back. Game number 3 of only the first of many best of threes for the day. So we will be here for a while. And, well, I'm just happy that my curse of 2-0 after 2-0 after 2-0 has been ended here at the EPL Season 27. Because, like, usually casters prefer 2-0s because you get paid by the, like, series. But generally speaking, I always want the third game because those long breaks just kill me, right? I get so tired and just want to like sit out in the sun and sleep, but if I do that, I won't be awake for the next series anymore because I've tried it once. And like going outside to the park across my street, having a nice lie down on a bench, waiting for the next series to start, and I freaking missed the series timing and overslept. So I'm not gonna do that again. But given that we got ourselves a third game, the next series after this one will be starting in rapid succession, and this series could be a bit of a long one, judging from Call Me Chada's draft, because their draft has a decent bit of scaling already with the Shadow Shaman, the Bat Rider, and the Storm Spirit, and it is looking like Call Me Chada are looking for something more late game oriented this time around, right? Because they do have Kirich. So, once again, a very high tier stand in. Then again, they are facing off against the single boss of this entire tournament, right? So yeah, with the Terrorblade pick. Terrorblade against all of these heroes except the Shadow Shaman does really well. But even just having to play Shadow Shaman up against the Lashrak, up against the Centaur is going to be so annoying because you have two heroes that are just going to punish you for holding them down, right? Where if you get the shackles on the Lashrak, but he already got his ultimate off, well, it's just going to be absolute destruction, basically. So yeah, Sven banned. I would have liked the Sven, but that would have been the opposite of greed, right? I think that's why they're banning the Sven out, because a Sven last pick would make things so incredibly hard to deal with and put everything on the side of Call Me Chata back into the momentum-based draft, right? Where they try to out-tempo the Terrorblade instead of defeating him fair and square by out-farming him. Though definitely a great first ban from the side of Level Up. Let's see what their other ban is gonna be. Because Kalmi Chata banning that Naga is amazing, actually. Well, a lot of reserve time being invested into the Dusa last ban, but for their last pick, Level Up. We've seen it before, and Mirana is one of those heroes where if she's laned well, can surprisingly dominate a lane pretty much on her own accord, right? So yeah, looking at the drafts, I think I'm gonna go with the Kirich Morphling draft, but I'm not sure, because they have a tier 1 player standing, and they do have an amazing Morphling pick here. Morphling countering Terrorblade, of course, because you can turn into the Terrorblade, activate Metamorphosis, and then get way more attack range than Terrorblade ever has because it's bonus attack range. But, I don't know. I'm personally still very much all up in favor for the side of Call Me Chata, but it's so hard to execute, right? Last draft was really easy to execute because they had good early game, they had good late game. It was just the mid game that they needed to play around. The entire game, they pretty much played around, not throwing the game in the mid game, and they still almost threw against Level Up twice, where pushing the high ground turned out to be so hard. So across the board, I don't know, it's a super close 50-50 or almost 50-50. I'm gonna favor Call Me Chata simply because they have a way better player playing this Morphling and their entire draft is centered around the Morphling, right? So it is kind of quintessential here. But there is the go coming out. And we are loaded on in. So let's see how things are gonna go as Ponlo is immediately going to be tipped. And Ego on Ike says, haha, haha, immediately gets tipped again. I'm not sure what's up with the Ego on Ike meme, but I know he and Ike have some history. So the two of them are definitely gonna be trash talking one another. As you know, this is what you're like making me look forward to pretty much every time. Those really big trash talk interactions, those players not taking the game too seriously. But I'm kind of starting to feel like here, the longer we move on towards the late game, the more disastrous this game is going to get, right?
30 seconds to battle. The battle
As the smokes are broken. Ponlo, though, decides to peek around the wrong, most dangerous corner of the game, and that is gonna be not just the First Blood, but the First Blood going the way of Storm Spirit, exactly the hero who really wanted it there. I think Morphling should be fine. He's going to teleport bottom though, so is going to have to lane without a lot of that region he purchased, and probably solve himself up very early on into this lane.
Beep beep! Beep beep!
Beep beep, beep beep is all the Pangolier has to say on the matter.
I like what I see.
Thankfully, the reconnect is rather short, and the pause will immediately be used for more trash-talky all-chat voice lines, so that's very based if you ask me. Well, it looks like this series is just cursed to be ridden with pauses, which is a shame since in 17 minutes the next one's supposed to start.
This whole mess is all your fault?
Okay, Ike, not ready. Ponlo just memeing the crap out of Ike. I'm not sure what it is with the two of them trash talking each other so hard.
It looked intentional. It looked intentional.
It is definitely hilarious though.
Nicely done.
As Bat Rider has reconnected. Queen of Pain though disconnects again, and Bat Rider will as well. So now we're waiting on two people. It is indeed Ike who is not ready.
Two-legged abomination.
Miscalled to go without the Queen of Pain. Miss. Nicely done. That dumb smiley face in chat, that's how I'm looking right now. Because I live for this kind of trash talk and it's hilarious. Well, everybody is back. So hopefully the go will be called soon. Or at least more funny trash talk, right?
Beep beep! Beep beep!
Beep beep.
Nice
Goes the
and
Pangolier. Having a bit of a blast.
You have
Baka!
an
Baka!
name.
Now that's a vibe. That's how I'm feeling. Baka, baka. Wouldn't you be inclined to agree, chat? Finally, the unpause coming out here. As it is going to be Shadow Shaman holding his own against Pondo as best he can. Storm against Queen of Pain, a pretty 50-50 matchup as you can see, but Storm is making sure to get a farm advantage using the overload spam early on. As not me, with the Metamorphosis being active, will be able to at least keep Rubicon at bay. Rubicon, though, on the Terrorblade now starting to look truly scary and becoming the terrifying force of nature. Terrorblade. Uh-oh, he's only level 2. Rubicon, he does not have point in the reflection to defend himself, and knowing that the Pangolier, with the help of the Shadow Shaman, is just going to run him down. Rubicon taken off the map.
Beep beep! Beep beep!
Dire structures are fortified.
Beep beep, goes the Pangolier. Still enjoying his top lane a lot. Storm Spirit, he and Queen of Pain are gonna be at that awkward rune contestation point where both of them are gonna be forced to go for a water rune. That's gonna be Madsen killed off, and a third kill for the Storm Spirit.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Spawn low manages to get the leap away. He is going to be just fine.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I'm just explaining chat the rules of the tournament real quick, because people are upset about there being Kiritic standing in on the Morphling, but it's like every team gets a stand-in player, and Level Up, they have done the same thing before as well, right? Where like a tier 1 doesn't have a tournament going on, agrees to stand in for them, and they go like, haha, we now have one of the best Dota players in the world as a stand-in. As Meles goes down to the Terrorblade. Finally, the second metamorphosis of the game will be the charm for Rubicon here, who gets the first 2 kills off his team, and with it immediately a massive farm advantage going into the pockets of the Terrorblade here. Meles able to keep himself away still. As one more hit is going to bring down the Queen of Pain. Another Galvanized stack for the Storm Spirit, who's getting an awful lot of mana regen, considering that the laning stage has not yet ended still. Well, the 1k gold lead is persisting as the Queen of Pain gank isn't gonna find anything over on the top lane, and Queen of Pain is gonna be forced to rotate out of there. Over on bottom lane though, Morphling brawling up against the Centaur there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Centaur still farming on up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Centaur War Runner ultimate coming out. Morphling not really able to get massive damage in on him though. And in comes the Queen of Pain to instead finish off Kiritic. That's rough, even if you have a tier 1 Virtus Pro stand-in. If you're being counter-picked and the enemy knows how to play around your Morphling, you're still set for a hard game. However, over on the mid lane, Storm Spirit is very much enjoying what looks like a pretty freaking free laning state.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
top. Tier 2 getting poked on next.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Ike going down to Atuf, will be killing off Atuf though, so this time around no BM tips coming out here, I don't think.
Radiant structures are falling.
As that's gonna be a nice catch attempt from the Storm Spirit. Mirana though manages to leap away just as she's hexed from the follow-up from the Shadow Shaman. Nice escape there, making sure to hold her own.
Precious bounty.
Madsen going for the Dagon build here. The extra spell lifesteal, of course, very good on the Queen of Pain. I wonder, like, at what point he's gonna upgrade the Dagon. Since I'm personally a fan of upgrading the Dagon, like, every time it's like Dagon 1, you buy a big item. Dagon 2, you buy a big item. Dagon 3, that's how we do it. I'm a big fan of the, like, spell resist, just kind of scaling with my spell damage. As there's gonna be another catch onto the Lashrak. Lashrak though, perfect two-man stun. Atuf still has a heal. Morphling stole the Diabolic Edict, but Diabolic Edict is not gonna save his Shadow Shaman and may still not save him from the Queen of Pain. However, in from behind comes the Bat Rider, making sure that the Centaur War Runner gets locked down, gets slowed up, cannot run anywhere. Mirana gets caught in the tree line, tries to go for a lucky arrow on the Lashrak. Morphling there, but the Leshrac Morphling just sidesteps it with ease, takes down the Mirana, and fittingly enough, Mirana says, "I die with honor!" Which is so fitting, considering that was like one of those most honorable support moments, right? Where you're just creating a ton of space for your team.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mirana ultimate, trying to get a setup for the side of Level Up. Level Up, their Terrorblade is farming, but he's not snowballing yet. Will make sure to snipe that sentry ward there, but down comes another immediately. And yet, at this point, Kalmi Chata, they're slightly ahead in the ward wars.
The prize is mine.
Slightly ahead in the lanes, but they are not really doing well against this Terrorblade. Atuf though gets another kill on the Morphling. With Atuf taken down, Centaur is going to get charged on after next. Storm Spirit's gonna be very happy about that bottle refill he gets by grabbing himself some bounties. Over on bottom lane though, a Smoke Queen of Pain teleports in. Gets the smoke broken, and now Madsen knows there's somebody lurking here. He's just trying to get the Morphling locked down under the tower though, as his team is coming in and Centaur is in position to save the Queen of Pain. Madsen turns around, immediately delivers damage into the face of Ike. Ike taken down. Morphling able to turn into the Mirana. He's trying to make an escape, leaping away like the wind. Centaur War Runner now caught, but a beautiful arrow flying through the tree line in onto the Shadow Shaman instead. And one more right click is gonna do the Shadow Shaman in, or at least turn him into the chicken, and then he will be killed up. But oh, that was awkward. Because both Lashrak and Queen of Pain were like, okay, I'm gonna take the risk, I'm gonna be the one finishing the kill. And they end up going together, both just getting AoE'd. Abaddon still able to keep Malus at Terrorblade, still able to keep Malus at bay. Malus though needs to be very careful. As now Storm Spirit comes on in, wishes to contest this Wisdom, but Terrorblade is there with Metamorphosis, so no shot. You're not gonna right click Terrorblade during the Metamorphosis early on. That would kind of just defeat the entire point of Terrorblade, right?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Terrorblade. Shoving in the tier 1 with the remainder of that metamorphosis time, and should just be a free tier 1 objective here for the TB. With the quad, they're gonna be very happy about that one. Storm will get a perfect stun set up on him and is just going to instantly die from there.
Dire are
Very nice
scanning.
execution once again.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As Queen of Pain gets locked down, will be able to blink away in time. Shadow Shaman, meanwhile, takes the Diabolic Edict to the face and dies to that. Bat Rider, though, doing massive damage onto the Mirana, shows that he is not to be underestimated on that flaming bat. Level up, get a good return, kills him. But they're gonna lose the Queen of Pain once more, and now Terrorblade does not have the Metamorphosis, so they need to protect their Terrorblade. People are coming in to try and protect their Terrorblade, delivering all the resources they can. Terrorblade. Nothing that Rubicon can do. They will get at least one kill on the Bat Rider for all the effort. But this dive on the mid lane is just gonna keep going and going, as Storm Spirit has borderline infinite mana regen already, is going to get himself a bonus kill. Looking at the team fight recap, you can see just how small the gold swings are. But more importantly, even if there's 0 gold changing hands, every kill is going to be a stack of Galvanize for the Storm Spirit to speed up his timing.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, the next team fight's probably gonna break out on this top lane, but maybe Kalmichata know better than to try and take such a risky fight, featuring once again the super fat Terrorblade, who is already snowballing hard around his metamorphosis form.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
As in comes the kill onto a tooth. I did not even have to commit the lasso for it, so this Bat Rider is once again ready to go and look for more. Meanwhile, over on mid lane, Storm Spirit is gonna die though, taking away a lot of those incredibly valuable galvanized decks there. As I goes down to Rubicon. Well, both teams know that the next big team fight is gonna make all the difference. But I think that a catch attempt with the Bat Rider was a valuable lesson in that if you initiate a team fight without having a Blink Dagger on the Bat Rider, you better do so by ambushing and catching somebody off guard and utilizing the lasso board.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Storm trying to run down Lashdrag. Lashdrag gets caught, and with one more hit from the Storm Spirit, will be getting killed off.
I love this part.
Tormentor getting gone on by the Radiant, but with the Mirana ultimate, Mirana is in a perfect position to mess with this Morphling, delay the Tormentor attempt. Tormentor though is still going to go down, and Ponlo will be able to escape with his life thanks to his ultimate, but only for so long before Snowbird sees him. The leap not quite far enough to get him over the tree line, so Mirana is going to go on down. Massive advantage for Kalmi Chata, despite that arrow almost being perfectly timed.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
As the gold lead is just going to not really snowball in either way yet. I'm waiting, because the moment there is a big team fight and one team wins it, you know, significantly enough, whichever team doesn't
Are scanning.
is going to be so far behind in the carry versus carry matchup there.
Radiant are scanning.
Visibility.
Alright, well, there is no Mirana ultimate. I don't think they have another smoke with them. I'm not sure if Level Up can still initiate a team fight now. This is the third time where both teams try to move in for a team fight. I get all hyped, and the teams just go like, nope, nope, there's too much on the line here. We're gonna play this slow and safely.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tango going for the Rolling Thunder, and will manage to blink on out.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Alright, well, bottom lane getting pushed out. Kalmi Chata still farming on their Morphling at exactly the same rate though. There's no significant lead to have been found yet, and because of that, Level Up are making their way towards the Roche Pit. Will immediately be pinged out though.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Roche abandoned. As Level Up, they know somebody's coming in to try and fight.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Level up, 5-man smoke, headed for their own jungle, are gonna go for the Stampede, realizing there is kills to be had in their jungle. As Shadow Shaman, the first one to go down. Shadow Shaman, though, an incredibly valueless support. Bad Rider, meanwhile, worth a lot more, as Ike 2 takes an arrow to the face and dies. As that's gonna be a tooth taken down. Lashrak still not having fun against the Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit is just having too much of an edge right now. And anyone who doesn't have upwards of a couple thousand health is just going to get destroyed by him. Because Storm's mana regen at this point, with how many galvanizers he's gotten, is starting to actually become scary, right? Mirana trying to teleport out mid-leap, but with the Rolling Thunder committed, Pangolier is just going to ult to make sure she cannot get away, and now we're finally seeing some movement in that gold grab. With the gold escalating more in favor of Call Me Chata. Call Me Chata going for a teleport on the Pangolier, but with the Pangolier managing to get the teleport through, Queen of Pain just wasted a flipping huge ultimate for basically nothing. As Roshan gets destroyed. Will be going to the side of Call Me Chata now. And Call Me Chata, while Morphling is not a perfect Aegis carrier. They're not giving it to the Morphling, not the Storm, because Storm is already having too good of a lane here. Terrorblade taking a lot of magical damage. He's realizing why the Storm Spirit has been such a terrifying force of nature, and Terrorblade will be held down by the Shadow Shaman, so he cannot turn around and sunder the Storm Spirit either. Nice little kill there. 4k gold lead for the side of Call Me Chata. If they want to win this game, they need to snowball that gold lead now, while they still have the Aegis, and go in before there's a risk of Morphling being killed again. But that's exactly what they're attempting to do. Queen of Pain, though, instead of jumping the Morphling, will get jumped by the Morphling, who's now potentially looking for more kills. Alright, some very clean and good Dota thus far.
Top tower is under attack. Dire's middle
As the Tormentor, the Wisdom is going to be taken by the Centaur, but Tormentor is going to be up soon as well. So we will see another Tormentor fight in just a little bit. But Centaur, with the BKB, he wants the Bad Rider, and I'm not so sure if he can get that kill, because there is the lockdown from the Shadow Shaman. It's just Centaur making some space, but still very much going to perish, and there it is. So once again, with the brawl for the Wisdoms, the gold lead only keeps on growing more.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Terrorblade pushing out the mid lane now, using his illusions, just gonna start getting in a head start on that slow illusion push. Morph, meanwhile, the way better scaling threat to those towers in late game, is opting for a Hurricane type build here, so it will pretty much be the mainstream Morphling build these days. And that's gonna be a kill on the Pangolier, who was a little bit too late to retreat. Call me Chata.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They still are holding a lead, but they cannot allow for more pickoffs like that one to happen, or they will get destroyed.
Are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Storm Spirit. Just farming up as best he can. I wonder if we're gonna see a Storm Spirit Orchid.
Dire are scanning.
As out comes the jump from the Lashrak. Lashrak though, missing the swashbuckle onto both, but the lasso will be there with the Terrorblade to help deal with his BKB. Terrorblade now running short on BKB time, but they already got the Bad Rider. However, Call Me Chata with the Storm going in are looking for more return kills. We'll get one of them, we'll get another of them with the Lashrak perishing. Top lane now getting pushed in. The high ground still being well defended by this terrifying Queen of Pain and an Abaddon with the Metamorphosis though. As Centaur Warrunner jumps forward trying to catch more, there will immediately be a follow-up from the Queen of Pain. Storm Spirit and Morphling both. They want the Terrorblade though. Terrorblade forced to sunder. And Storm Spirit just goes, you know what, screw it. TP out with the BKB, but that does not work as well as people are used to anymore. Keep in mind, BKB does not reduce as much damage as it used to. Terrorblade now starting to hit the top of his own power curve. Mind you, Terrorblade can only get 2 more items and he's gonna be 6 slotted. That is kind of the issue with Terrorblade scaling, right? He scales pretty well to the late game, but just like all the good hyper carries this patch, he kind of gets 6 slotted and then doesn't have infinite scaling. Queen of Pain, grouping up with everybody for the Mirana ultimate. As Pango gets obliterated before the arrow can even hit him. Level up. They smell that this is their time. This is where they own the map again. Look at how fast they push before the fortification is gonna be forced out. Tower is going to fall. 44 seconds without the Pangolier could amount to a lot of Terrorblade push. Then again, Backup protection is up, so right now its illusions are doing nothing.
Without consequence. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yet another teleport out. Centaur meanwhile looking to go for an assault Curus.
Radiant are scanning.
Bottom lane, still getting pressured. Kirichi just making sure he can farm as much as possible before he's gonna be forced to rotate in there and defend. It's still gonna be a little while till Roshan certainly responds, so the chances of him getting back now or within a takeable time for Kalmichata are looking rather slim.
Is under attack.
Terrorblade, meanwhile, is just going to continue the slow push once again with the illusions while his entire team smoke up around him. He's gonna join the smoke. And let's see what level up are planning with the smoke rotation.
Take
Storm Spirit not quite caught by the Centaur War Runner. And it will be that classic ball lightning into second ball lightning panic response.
Here, here. Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Alright, we got the funky Shadow Shaman bug going on with Kirich on the Morphling.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Invis Rune ready to help enable Leshrac for the next team fight.
Dire's middle tower.
Morphling though, showing that he himself also got a significant amount of push, and there is Shadow Shaman behind him to make sure this tower damage really adds up. It's gonna be the first tier 3 here if no fortification is used, so they are gonna have to fortify. Terrorblade, meanwhile, with his own illusion army and the Queen of Pain to help out, is getting to work on tier 3 of his own, but Morphling, he does push faster. Other team's just gonna settle this with a base race. Terrorblade not really getting the reinforcement he wants yet. Madsen with the BKB looking for kills. Out comes a nice stomp onto the Shadow Shaman. Shadow Shaman about to be killed. Centaur gets locked down but still has the BKB. And it goes down to Madsen. And Ponlo will be dying to Kirichi as well. Morphling still having massive damage output, but as long as the Metamorphosis stays active, so does the Terrorblade. And out comes the first forced buyback from Ponlo, as Ike already used his. It's Morphling, man fighting against only the Terrorblade illusions and still losing the battle, but Terrorblade, he no longer has frontliners in position because of so many people dying and buying back. Terrorblade is eventually gonna fall, and at the end of that super chaotic team fight, Team Kalmichata are only gonna have more net worth, more XP, and are looking stronger than ever.
an easy shot.
As Roshan will get dropped without much of a contestation after such a big and bloody team fight. This Roche timing though very favorable for Kalmichata, so it does seem like RNG just wants Kalmichata to win here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As the tier 3 tower is going to fall, Morphling will take very swift care of the Rex, leaving only one lane between level up and the Megas. They need to find a comeback into the series now, or they may just make their way into the lower bracket. The last tier 2 tower on the side of the Dire is going to get pressured here with Call Me Chata grouping up.
Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And out comes the step onto the Pangolier. Pangolier locked down, chained up, and killed off. Meles is going to go on down. Not the initiation that Call Me Chata would have hoped, and that's a dieback, so Pangolier is gonna be out for 70 seconds, no buyback, and the enemy team knows it. With the Queen of Pain ultimate, another support for support trade. It's always Ike and Ponlo going down first. Maybe that's why they trash talk each other so much. But not me. It's going to be the next one dying as now Storm Spirit gets caught. And that means Morphling forced to make a bit of a last stand against the Terrorblade. Terrorblade, meanwhile, has teammates to back himself up. Is going to win this illusion standoff eventually. But Call Me Chata, not yet without a Morphling. They are going to lose him eventually though. First up on the Morphling gone, the second one should go a lot faster with the chain stun being there. He cannot do anything or go anywhere. Morphling killed off. Being surrounded by illusions as well, kind of reminding me of those Dota 1 times where everybody knew how to body block, everybody knew how to surround.
Worthy tribute.
Fortune's changed.
With 3 people dead, Call Me Chata. 70 seconds, no Morphling. Let's see how much damage to the base this Terrorblade can do as a punishment. I mean, this mid tier 2 is definitely going to die. They don't even need any creeps to deal with the backdoor protection of how low health it already was. Terrorblade now, though, is going to start the slow push and decides, you know what, I can just put the real me on top of the high ground. See how much damage I got as Bad Rider. Not there to catch him for another 2-1. And Lasso has respawned, ladies and gentlemen. So now Rubicon is suddenly a potential target.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Tier 3 taken down. Another smoke up, level up. They know this could be their last chance to end up this, end up the winner, end up in this upper bracket. So they are gonna all smoke up. They are all gonna try to find that one final clean initiation that they need in order to put a final end to this series. As the 5-man smoke stays for the side of level up.
Radiant are scanning.
Morphling being as annoying as he can.
Dire are scanning.
Initiation, center war on it though, getting an amazing stop on the back with the BKB. They're trying to turn around, still trying to find the last one, will do so on the center. Center gets deposited safely on a cliff, allowing Morphling to chase more. Queen of Pain not able to get away, and with the center cliff, they are just missing one member of the team fight. Terrorblade now shut down as Storm Spirit comes in, zip-a-zapping, not finding anyone, but will eventually get vision on Ponlo, and the moment he gets pinged, everybody is going to jump on top of Mirana, make sure she does not return to the game. Instant buyback forced out from Rubicon, so Terrorblade, he is doing everything in his power to force himself to stay in this game, but I don't think he can solo defend one lane of Rex. So if nothing else, it's gonna be Megas, and Megas are incredibly devastating to deal with for the side of level up here. Because you do have to keep in mind, right? Terrorblade, he's a great hero, he's very powerful, he has good late game skating in theory. But I don't know. If you use the Metamorphosis too early and die, then you're gonna be a fight without Metamorphosis. If you use the Metamorphosis too late and don't get as many hits as you want with it, then you're not really using the Metamorphosis well. Tier 4 down, the second tier 4 about to drop to the Morphling Machine Gun as out comes the fortification. Trying to make as much space as possible, but the buildings are gonna crumble and only the Ancient is left exposed. As now Terrorblade tries so hard to fight this once again. He will get stunned up though with beautiful Pangolier ultimate and takes the Rolling Thunder. By the time he gets the BKB out, Terrorblade just doesn't have the health to fight back anymore. Storm wants a catch on the Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain still with the BKB though. Will instead get the Terrorblade. Terrorblade now dead for 2 minutes. Centaur Warrunner wants to finish up Ike so badly, but the Shadow Shaman is there and says, nope, you're not gonna kill my Bat Rider, we're gonna kill you. What the hell is even happening, chat? Bat Rider, but in comes the Morphling with the Storm for backup, with the Storm catching everybody with that Aghanim's reveal. Calmy Chata are going to get an amazing 2-1, and there is a lot of well played and good games and well done in chat. As honestly, I think Level Up, they're not even mad. I think Level Up are actually really happy about this one. Not that they like to lose, mind you, but Level Up, they have gone through this tournament a little too well, right? There wasn't really many teams that could give them a run for their money at all. The only team they lost to in the group stages was Yellow Submarine, and only because Yellow Submarine had a hard outdraft going against Level Up 2 out of the 3 games of the series, which still ended up being a 2-1. And yeah, I think Level Up are incredibly strong still. This game is just a good showcase how if you're too strong, if you're too good of a team, you're just kind of gonna take things too easy, be relaxed, and having a tier 1 stand-in up against them finally kind of gave Level Up a run for their money, right? Gave them a chance to show how strong or not they are. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are gonna head to a little bit of a break. It won't be a long one, as the next series was supposed to start half an hour ago. So I think admin will make sure everyone and everything hurries up. Is kind of going to put a rush on it here, as I'm most definitely curious to see what the second series of the game has of the day has in store for us. After Kalmi Chata managed to kick none other than Level Up down into the bottom bracket of the qualifiers. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I will be seeing you all after the break. Hope you're enjoying the show. More amazing Dota 2 action coming up in just a couple of seconds. As ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are back once again. Game number 1 of the second series of the day only. Because today we're handling both the second round of upper bracket playoffs and the first round of lower bracket playoffs here at the European Pro League. So, first we get 4Pirates up against Team Next Level, who are both still what remains of the upper bracket. And one of them today will be dropping into the lower brackets here. I wonder which one though, because 4 Pirates, they are one of the strongest teams. They are the strongest team in their group right now and played amazingly well. So, I don't know. So far, I definitely think, judging by the draft, that 4 Pirates want to play their signature aggressive Dota, where they take over the game once, and then when they own the game, pretty much just start snowballing from there, right? So yeah, looking across the draft next level, going for a Magnus combo. We don't know which Magnus combo yet, since that hero, of course, offers you near limitless options, basically. Lifestealer Magnus, I don't see much synergy in there yet, but I love Lifestealer. I do think Lifestealer is kind of underrated at this point, but we saw him with the Storm Spirit last time, going for those amazing combos for Call Me Chata, setting up some really good team fights. And yeah, the infest bomb is generally how you enable Lifesteal to do a lot of stuff. There is a good infest bomb on the Magnus already. And Lifesteal, I think, doesn't mind the matchup against the Terrorblade too much, but that doesn't guarantee him the free win either, because, well, 4 Pirates. I don't know, like, they have so much physical damage, not just the Terrorblade, but also the Earthshake, also the Kunkka, and even those Shadow Shaman ultimates, right? So even the Shadow Shaman wards are gonna be massive, massive freaking difference makers. Well, Invoker banned out. See, Invoker, I think, would have been what they needed last game to deal with the Storm Spirit. That would have been amazing, having an Invoker to kind of counterpick the Storm Spirit, right? So with the Storm Spirit banned out, next level, gotta come to a conclusion of not just their last ban, but also their last pick, and they better chain that last ban into a good last pick here, because so far, like I said, the Lifestealer is looking okay, but he's not looking great. And you want the Lifestealers to look great, because he's gonna be your one position, right? So, next level. What are they going to take here? Team next level. With the Enigma band out, one good last, because yeah, Enigma is terrifying against Lifestealer, right? Having nearly unlimited percentage-based pure damage, as well as a lockdown that goes through magic immunity. Those are the two tools that you need in order to counter out that Lifestealer really freaking hard. Well, still no last pick. Monkey King. I do like the synergy between Monkey King and the Infest Bomb, right? There is some really good synergy there. But I don't know, it's not a free Monkey King game yet, because we don't even know the last pick. And even if there's a last pick that gets counted by Monkey King, there's still the Earthshaker, right? Four Pirates, 25 seconds remaining. Ooh, and what would it be? Puck. They got a really good combo, but is a really good combo enough here? Because I don't think so. I honestly think that as a whole, 4 Pirates are just kind of going to fall off the moment they whiff one Dream Coil, right? I'm not saying they're not a powerful team. I'm not saying this 5-man combo draft doesn't work. They may still very well win. But the moment they whiff a single echo, the moment that Puck whiffs a Dream Coil, like you miss a big ultimate, you're immediately going to get punished so hard because here 4 Pirates, they are incredibly dependent on their teamfight combo. They are incredibly dependent on their abilities working out together pretty much. And yeah, I think Dual Race taking the Monkey King to the mid lane is going to have a pretty chill lane against Natty Narwhal though. Because even while he won't get off the Jingu, even while he won't get that to proc and full heal against the Puck, he should be fine just kind of outlasting the Puck, making use of that Boundless Strike and his superior damage to kind of keep holding on and, you know, keeping the game stabilized there. So, well, if you ask me, I think I'm gonna go with 4 Pirates. I don't know, because 4 Pirates, they are the better team, right? And they are playing to their strengths. They are going for this aggressive draft to kind of make sure that they have everything they need.
Prepare for battle.
Like 4 Pirates, I hate their draft. I think it falls off really hard. It's super prone to being punished. But every time I say that, they just play it so well that I end up eating my words.
The master is here.
Alright, we got the counter smoke from the Radiant to try and respond to 3 people still being smoked from Team Next Level. Team Next Level, thus far though, holding out some very good map control still.
My prayers are answered.
My prayers are answered.
The battle begins.
Mr. Moral getting ran after. They already got 3 runes. The last thing you want here is for Team Next Level to also get the first blood, but that's exactly what's gonna be happening. 3 runes and the first blood going the way of Team Next Level. The perfect opening they have been looking for, just due to a little bit of bad positioning on the side of 4 Pirates. Well, Kunka laning a pretty interesting lane over on top lane with an Earthshaker support. I don't think Mr. Morrow is really gonna enjoy this lane that much, but the combo, once they get their ultimates on, and once there's a few levels increase skilled for Mr. Morrow, that's when this lane is actually gonna start doing stuff. For now though, a nice fissure is just kind of going to mess up with the lane equilibrium. It's just kind of going to zone back Team Next Level here. Monkey King against the puck. As predicted, Monkey King is out farming the puck, but just by a little bit, and not getting the opportunity to go back to full health. Well, Kunkka, also a great pick against Flecko, as you can see, kind of just ruining any and all farm and fun that Naga Siren has during the laning stage. Because Naga, as a support, she's not supposed to be, like, contesting much farm, but she does kind of get farm from having the illusions in places where it's too dangerous for the carry to go, right? And just kind of picking up those extra last hits with the illusion army. But every time Naga Siren sends the illusion army forward, they're just getting cleaved through by Mr. Moral here. And Mr. Moral, he'll keep enjoying himself from the looks of it, having a pretty chill top lane for the time being. Yowai, though, is starting to amass some max health slowly but surely, and is now trying to run down Mr. Moral, dealing as much damage as possible. Mr. Moral, though, open wounds, not gonna bother him much when there's a perfect fissure being placed to keep him safe. Yowai getting some good blasts though. This is how you wanna play lifesteal, right? Where, like, at least every second or so you get a point of health. Be it from denies, be it from last hits. As it's gonna be a stun up onto Flecko. Flecko still alive. Kunkka, though, with the open wounds, being slapped by Yowai. Yowai is going to get the kill and is going to get that extra health. He does have the Gore Rain, or whatever it's called, facet, though. The one that revolves around his ultimate. So he is just sitting at 35 stacks of health right now. Kunkka still just harassing Flecko, but so far no action over on top. Really just good farm and making sure that this Kunkka kind of keeps the momentum scaling and kind of keeps the impact going towards his team. Because once Kunkka gets crits and a Daedalus to right click off of all of that damage, he could just cleave through all the Naga illusions, but maybe he doesn't want to go damage Kunkka. The alternative I can see would be either Radiance Kunkka build or the Crimson Guard Kunkka build. Dual race, trying to hold his own, will get the Jingu Boundless Strike onto 2. With that, not just Daddy Narwhal is going to die, but Pedantic refreshes the Jingu, turns into a little chicken. But a little chicken is not long for this world against Dual Race. And now the Earthshaker, who 4Pirates tried to commit away from the top lane, is going to get got. Because he did not expect there to be a second one coming in. Yeah, that was a rough gank from the Earthshaker. That was a really rough gank from the Earthshaker. I'm not sure if they were lucky to kind of make that call, or... Alright, 2k lead. Still no big teamfight initiations from Puck and Earthshaker. So until they hit their level 6, it's not like we must expect much of a comeback from 4Pirates. But
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
they just end up falling behind and kind of...
Are fortified.
Ooh, well, looking at the win rate, they haven't fallen off just yet. It's just a scary gold lead for the Dire and for especially the Lifestealer. But Terrorblade is still farming alright. So the win rate just assumes that we're gonna chill. We're gonna get to that timing where Terrorblade can hit the jungle, have quintillion of stats and a ton of attack speed to actually get those camps with the illusions. And then kind of catches up. Which is gonna be very, very difficult still, but... 4Pirates, they're not a bad team. They have made some really hard comebacks happen in the past. Then again, Monkey King, with the Monkey King ultimate, is going to not just hard commit on the Kunkka, but he's gonna get ensnared in the middle of the Wukong's command. As from all directions, monkeys with sticks are hitting him.
Illusion.
3k lead, Lifestealer already starting to hit that point in time where Yowai becomes borderline unkillable. Because right now he's not just out tanking the Earthshaker so much, but he has that magic immunity and he's gonna get a gank in just to make sure Yowai gets some extra stacks. 103 health at just 9 minutes into the game. I gotta take notes, because I play Lifestealer a lot. I do love nothing more than having a Heart of Tarask and more health regen than they can ever chew through.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Puck has the Dream Coil, all the tools available here.
Under attack.
Natty Narwhal, he did die once, which never feels good on an escapable hero like Puck. Because Puck, he's considered super meta, right? We see him picked so often, but then half the time we don't really see him do much. The other half of the time we see Puck basically turn into a second carry. Oh, and Ariel goes down, as Monkey King does not get the ultimate up. Ooh, and Terrorblade almost got Flecko. One more hit is gonna do it. Flecko no longer slowed up though, and there will be a shield rune going towards the Monkey King. So maybe, just maybe, they feel inclined to turn this around.
Straight to the bottom with you. Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Alright. Monkey King. Currently just enjoying solo XP and free farm while Puck is in the jungle, so that is gonna be an additional gold advantage being developed for Team Next Level here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's Kunkka. Still being able to hold his own over on top against the Lifestealer. is getting some reinforcements with a sneaky smoke to try and wrap around on the Lifestealer under the tower as Lifestealer gets caught once, does get the magic immunity off though, and not having perfectly chain stunned Yowai means he turns into a creep, runs out of there, says goodbye, thank you for the big gank rotation. What are you gonna do to us? Nothing, that's what they're gonna be doing. Absolutely nothing. As Kunkka gets the X-Torrent combo off, but at what cost? Because Mr. Moral, guess what? There's a Monkey King here who would like to have a word with you. And Monkey King, he is taking the ability to turn into a Wukong Soldier and swap, which I think is so nice. Because it's not that strong, right? It's not a complete game-breaking buff to Monkey King, but in situations like these, it can save your life. And it feels good to have not just the option of making an extra play, but also having it built into your ultimate already, so you don't have a second spell that you only end up saving for ultimate, right?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
4k gold lead, 11 to just the 1. And we haven't even seen the big RPs or anything like that yet.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As the tower getting struck. Towers are not the biggest issue for 4Pirates. Because 4Pirates have an amazing level of high ground defense here, but at this rate they're gonna be defending their high ground very, very soon. Because they just keep giving up those pickoffs, as now Monkey King wants to run down Pedantic with the bind is going to hold him down. Monkey King though has the boundless will trigger the chicken. And one final right click from the Dark Widow is going to come in to finish him. Fernand is going to die on the tower, but he gets echoed to the face, so I don't think he minds too much.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Norma running for his life still.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Lifestealer with Empower though. Empower plus Radiance, that is gonna up his farming speed by so much. So maybe that is the combo that Team Next Level have been playing around, which is why they've been biding their time so hard and so long till Lifestealer can kind of just start going AFK farming.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
With the Magnus kill though, initiating is gonna be awfully hard for now. This time around, Magnus being a lot more careful, but they will have to deal with that giant serpent ward. There is a giant ghost snake attacking your tower, and you gotta do something about it. If you're the Dire are going to try and catch the Shadow Shaman off guard. Will do so, but are going to pay the price with their top tier 2 tower going down for it. Earthshaker, 500, 600 gold away from the Blink Dagger, is gonna have that in just a matter of moments, which is when this game can really start for the side of 4Pirates, as long as their Earthshaker doesn't get his Blink Dagger timing any further delayed at least, because so far it's still looking mostly okay here for them.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, still a 5k gold lead. A nice catch from the Shadow Shaman, but without the real Terror Blade hitting into the Monkey King. Monkey King is not gonna go down in time, as now Shadow Shaman gets reeled into the root. Out comes the Boundless. No chance to proc the Jingu. So Monkey King trying to go back, instead just gets killed by the puck. And Naga Siren with the Dark Willow will be able to get the kill there on the Pedantic, but they've lost dual race for it and they now need to get out. Knowing that Naga's trying to run away, but runs straight into an Earthshaker. Well, at least the Dark Willow is able to teleport out. But just having a Lifestealer who's free farming with an Empower is not gonna be enough to completely change the game, right?
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
There's going to be Shadow Shaman getting torn down by the Lifestealer. As Norma goes down, Eddie Narwhal very happy with that kill. As Ariel, one more hit, will take down the Earthshaker here. Nicely done. They're gonna be extremely happy with that Earthshaker kill there.
Dire's tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, the gold lead is slowly going down. A good RP is all that Team Next Level need in order to get this game back in their favor. But I said it before, whiffing a single good RP could potentially cause them to be team wiped. Because the moment they miss it, the moment you hear that Magnus ultimate and you see your entire team isn't stunned, that's when things are probably going to go hard. But speaking of going hard, Otaker, he was having an okay game. He was definitely doing great amounts of impact on that Terrorblade of his. But just getting some good impact going on one of your better heroes is not going to be enough to get a victory here. Especially not with Yowai outscaling and outfarming the Terrorblade, as he's just given free kill after free kill. And Puck locked down, skewered through the root, killed a 4-man Dream Coil with a Shadow Shaman ultimate, but they just managed their resources too well. Alright.
Scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Over on top, what MP used for the Earthshaker. Earthshaker is going to go down for that one, but they can't catch Mr. Mole to really get the most value out of having committed the RP there. Still, everyone on this side of Team Next Level are very happy about finally sensing an opportunity to take down this Tormentor. And that's exactly what they'll be doing. Massive game changer in the money department, if nothing else.
A prize.
Alright, well, 8k gold lead, that's only gonna escalate as long as Lifestealer and Monkey King are allowed to keep farming. But Monkey King, he's the kind of hero where Good luck finding out where he farms in order to even be able to catch him off guard at all. Assault Chorus now getting queued up as well for the side of the next level. So the next level are looking for everything they can get. Well, Roshan is up, so a bad team fight for 4Pirates could lead to them giving up the Aegis. The other way around, though, a really good surprise team fight initiated with a good smoke or whatever could lead to them taking down Roshan after all. Roche with 3 people now getting contested by Team Next Level, just like that. If 4Pirates catch on in time, this is gonna be very scary, though the Roshan is below half health already. And it seems like 4Pirates, they're not caught on. As a matter of fact, they scan bottom lane, expecting there to be a gank onto his Terrorblade. As Roche will be taken down.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Kunkka getting pursued by an army of illusions. He's running for his life.
Radiant structures are fortified.
As there's going to be a catch attempt on the Dark Willow. Dark Willow, though, saved with the Infast. Comes a 2-man follow-up stun onto the Naga Siren. Naga Siren, though, still holding her own. Ariel will be taken down by Yowai, and Yowai now on an unstoppable streak. 23-7. Dual race will end up going down. 4Pirates still keeping in this game by means of dealing with the Monkey King there. Lifestealer, 3 minutes on the Aegis, but they're gonna need those 3 minutes in order to fight.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, looking at the last team fight, it was a massive gold swing around, but not enough to bring 4Pirates back into this game yet, right? 4Pirates, they need their Terrorblade to pop off. They need Terrorblade to at least get close to the Lifestealer net worth, and that is not so easy if you keep in mind that Lifestealer isn't just a faster farmer, but also keeps that infinite scaling up with already 400 points from the feast having been gained, and only more coming out as Pedantic slapped down by the Lifestealer.
Radiant's bottom tower is
As
falling.
Ariel goes down.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks under attack.
Tier 3 tower taken, and Lifestealer, he's made up his mind. He's gonna try to, well, maybe not end this with this Aegis, but definitely gonna keep pushing for the next 90 seconds. So mid tier 2 is gonna be the next objective, and with how hard and fast Yowai hits, it will absolutely melt. Skull Basher soon to come in for the Lifestealer, but realizing this is like a minute of Aegis time left, they're gonna infest bomb up Norma. Having Magnus not just right click like a truck, but also able to find a good RP into very nice kill off.
Radiant are scanning.
Alright, as a two-man smoke is going on from the side of Team Next Level. 20 seconds till the Aegis will be reclaimed, and they will have to be a lot more careful and secure about their next initiation. Cause, mind you, Lifestealer, he's great when you get that infest bump off. But the only reason why Lifestealer has been looking so strong and so hard to kill is that Aegis, making it impossible to really focus a lot of attention onto him. As speaking of attention being focused, Puck may just get away with this gank attempt, as everybody is trying to chase him down, but Naga Siren did already spot out where he went to immediately songs, just to make sure that there is no escape opportunity whatsoever, and that is going to be Natty Narwhal killed off. Beautifully done. Shadow Shaman over on top lane catches the Lifestealer. Lifestealer insanely tanky, will get the magic immunity off though. Yowai kills off the Shadow Shaman, runs away from the Terrorblade. Terrorblade now being focused on by Fernance instead. Lifestealer 5 seconds on the infest if they still want to turn this around. Team Next Level are gonna press the BKB, try and hunt down Otaker on the Terrorblade. Otaker gets Monkey King ulted and is going to get punched down with the lifesteal. In comes the boat, trying to keep them alive, but the boats, they are hitting. And just a little bit too late at that. Terrorblade goes down despite the massive AoEs. That now Earthshake comes in. Would love to still find a good Echo Slam, but everybody spread apart. Everybody was standing ready for the Echo Slam. Full team wipe, Yowai beyond godlike. Oof, this game is looking pretty freaking rough for them here. Everybody grouped. Just making sure that neither Puck nor Shadow Shaman can be caught while they're waiting for their team to respawn. Puck also making sure not to show too much on the map, right? Over towards the top lane. Lifestealer once again showing what he's made of and how hard he pushes with that insane armlet plus radiance damage. Yowai, he can get a BKB, but that's kind of gonna make him done, right? That's just kind of gonna end his scaling for the remainder of this game. Well, not entirely. He could still go for like Heart of Tarask after the BKB, I guess.
Time to get into trouble.
As Dark Willow gives the time to get into trouble. And what I also find interesting is Lifestealer, he wanted to go Skull Basher, but then decided against it and went into the MKB instead. So he's definitely respecting the mischance. And the fact that Terrorblade is going to get a butterfly if he doesn't have one yet. Because let's be real here, it's a TB. He's always gonna get a butterfly, right?
Radiant are scanning.
Team next level, this close to taking this first game of the series home with them. 4Pirates, they need the Reflection plus Echo Slam initiation if they still want to be able to turn this game around. For Pirates. All 5 grouped up, getting ready to contest this Roshan when it does in fact respawn, but it isn't up yet, and now they know it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As it is going to be a catch on the Furnace. Furnace though still entirely alright, and Terrorblade able to get a swap off with his own puck as Otaka goes down to Yoa, and Mr. Morrill will be killed off by Dual Race with only Netty Narwhal getting a return kill and now running for his life into the enemy base where he's just gonna teleport out and make that one look easy. But Puck, well, Puck's having a good game, and we see why the hero is meta. He's just not stopping this lifestealer anymore. Roshan taken down. Lifesteal 5 minutes where he can't be killed, and I think 4Pirates, yeah, chat is saying it as well, 4Pirates surrender please, 4Pirates GG. I don't mind 4Pirates, as a matter of fact they're one of my favorite teams because of how incredibly strong they are looking most of the time. $18,000 gold lead, no longer snowballing though, so at the very least we are kind of seeing that Terrorblade with a lot of stats, with a lot of net worth, is still able to farm while they're chasing, while they're looking for good team fights at the same time pretty much. As Pedantic goes down to Dual Race, and Natty Narwhal is going to get killed by him as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Nice stealer. Man after my own heart. Yowei went for the butterfly just to make sure he has the means to end this game.
Tower is under attack.
He's fully 6 slotted with slots to spare. Is gonna start attacking the tier 3. Wants to get to work on the Medirex. Decides against it. Backs off a little bit. Ending this game, it's still very, very hard. Just keep in mind, 30 seconds and this Aegis is gonna be gone. And they are just keeping this lifesteal at bay with stun locks and disables for as long as possible. Fortification is now going to get forced out here. The massive initiation from the Monkey King. Ladies and gentlemen, with the BKB going up. Puck immediately obliterated. Is probably going to be forced to buy back here. Terrorblade, meanwhile, in a really good position to still try and take this fight, as Monkey King realizes that he will have to leave himself out. There is a gem drop, but the side of Team Next Level already have one on them to make sure that they can still keep this slow high ground siege up. But it is just that, a slow high ground siege and a very hard push.
Dire are scanning.
Alright, we're gonna see 4Pirates dare to venture out of the base, realizing their puck is almost respawned, and there, with that massive initiation tool that is the Dream Coil, being able to lock down and catch multiple people. Terrorblade with the Illusion Army still doing his best to hold his own, but I don't know. I'm just waiting for that one good initiation at the high ground.
Come in handy. Surprise. Unseen, not rescued.
Mid lane, probably still just getting pushed in, but they are generating some net worth, they are generating some farm on the side of 4Pirates. Maybe they can keep this game going for another 18 minutes to get the victory that way, right? Because 60-minute jungle items, they're such a game changer if you're already far behind. Looking at the win rate graph, you can see the chance of a comeback gradually getting higher as Netty Narwhal is splitting them. But Netty Narwhal, he's gonna get one man infested. And with that infest bump, Yo-I gets himself another kill, almost 700 maximum health up and available.
Are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under
As Pedantic goes down to Fernan's. And Terrorblade just kind of split pushing, but getting counter split pushed by the Naga illusions. As Monkey King goes to work on the barracks, takes the range drags. Lifesteal finally walks up the high ground as well. Terrorblade, he will split push out this lane, I guess, but he's not threatening any tower damage anymore because Naga Siren got rid of the creeps, so backup protection is on. And that means Monkey King is now gonna be the one pushing in, grabbing these racks with ease, as Yo-I's behind him, just grabbing all of that farm to increase his max health some more. Lifestealer approaching level 30. Shadow Shaman about to respawn though, and Shadow Shaman, he did make pushing up the high ground super hard beforehand, so once he's back, pushing up the high ground is once again going to be a massive pain in the ass.
Radiant are scanning.
5-man smokes out from both teams. Team next level, they better not be caught by this. Then again, they do just have way tankier heroes at this point, so if they are just kind of biding their time well, then things are going to get pretty insane here.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Spark gets on the nuts and with these that massive song from the team, but even without the nuts song, if there's a Monkey King ultimate onto 3 people, there is nothing that they can do. And Fernand did have to use his buyback for that, but now we're gonna see the Radiant buybacks come out as Kunkka is still beaten to death while rum drunk. Shadow Shaman, the next one, in a bunch of trouble. And bam, down he goes to Fernand. Monkey King still trying to take the fight to Terrorblade though. Terrorblade King now is young, sticking on top of him. It's gonna be a catch up to Norma. And Norma immediately buying back himself. Terrorblade though still alive and being completely ignored by Yo-I, who instead wants to go for the Earthshaker. Will be getting the Earthshaker kill. Monkey King still on the run for the Terrorblade. Will be able to make it out as Yo-I goes for the Infest to reset. Will go onto the Shadow Shaman now with the Infest bomb. Double kill beyond Godlike, looking to get the Terrorblade as well. Terrorblade trying still to punch him down. Terrorblade is about to go down and he will fall. Naga Siren still alive, being kept alive with a beautiful Glimmer Cape usage against the Puck AoE, and seeing that they didn't even kill the Naga Siren. 4Pirates are starting to realize, okay, no way that they can make a comeback into this game, and this is gonna be GG's in chat. Good game, and was a pretty freaking good one, but I was not feeling 4Pirates' draft, and I'm honestly kind of disappointed by their execution, because they're the strongest team in the current group stage. They are currently looking extremely good, but then entering the playoffs up against Team Next Level, well, needless to say, that's an absolute terrifying matchup. And 4Pirates, their signature aggression in your face playstyle isn't working out. So I hope the next draft's gonna be way more aggressive, even more kills during the laning stage, even more push, even more tower damage. And yeah, that's how I think 4 Pirates are going to come back into the series. I did love the first series of the day, getting us a third game, so I'm really hoping this one is as well. But we'll see whether it will or not after the break, ladies and gentlemen. So with that, I thank you all very much for watching. Have a great one, and I'll see you all after the break for game number 2, where we'll see what 4 Pirates will draft together. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are back in once again to the European Pro League season number 27. As we got ourselves the second game of the second best of three for the day. It's going to be 4Pirates matching up against Team Next Level, who are still having a really good time here. And, well, looking at the draft, like I said, Team Next Level are looking terrifying, but what's even more terrifying is Terrorblade is going to be revealed this early, and this is what I mean. Just one pick, and immediately this Terrorblade hero is looking horrible. Just freaking horrible. And yeah, we're looking at a really hard Terrorblade draft here. So how to deal with this TB has already pretty much been answered for the side of Team Next Level. They have one of the best counter picks to the Terrorblade already in the darks here. Just keep in mind, even if you cannot get a wall off on the Terrorblade, even if you don't have the Aghanim Scepter yet, you can still just Iron Shell the Terrorblade so that he burns his own illusions and dies that way, right? As well, looking at the bans, Urza is gonna get taken away, Monkey King has been taken away. Monkey King would have made a lot of sense. I love Monkey King because he doesn't get countered by the Darks here. As a matter of fact, he's the one countering the Darks here most of the time. Well, a lot of reserve time left. 40 seconds to come to the conclusion on the next ban, which is gonna be pretty important to decide. Lifestealer taken away. Ooh, I would have liked Lifestealer to be drafted by Team Next Level here, because last game it was already such a high impact pick for them, right? Yo, why Lifestealer is truly insane to behold, and this time around, 4Pirates will make sure that there's no chance in hell of them getting it. Looking at Next Level's last ban. Well, Storms were taken away, makes sense. I mean, we see a lot of Storm picks, we see a lot of Storm bans. It's a very popular hero, and for good reason too. Team Next Level looking for a last pick here. Last pick is gonna be a gyrocop pick here. Well, I was just explaining production, the audio issues, because Chad is already getting mad and is going like, oh, buy a new microphone and whatever. But I go through these headsets real freaking fast because of my job. And I can assure you this one isn't even 3 months old, which is like the weird thing. So I think if anything, it's like issues with the encoding software or whatever. But yeah, I am aware that there's some audio issues happening whenever a team fight goes a little bit too wild, and haven't informed production of such. As the last pick, Nettie Narwhals is Ember Spirit. Alright, I kind of like it. I mean, I mostly like that they have a Pugna to defend the Terrorblade, which isn't gonna do that much against Darkseer, because all of Darkseer's damage, of course, is magical in nature, but having that extra heal to put onto a Terrorblade in a pinch is so great, because we all know that situation where Terrorblade is about to die. No, he gets life drained and he gets the Sunder off, and it's amazing when that happens. I do see what they were doing with like kind of that Pugna pick to prepare for the Terrorblade coming through. But that's also why this Terrorblade was looking so obvious that Norma hard counters it, and there's gonna be Yowai Gyrocopter up against him as well. Then again, Gyrocopter does fall off against the Terrorblade though, and doesn't scale well enough to take that man fight, so I don't know, he may just have to end fast, or at the very least, play very, very carefully here. We'll see, though, because Yowai, that's the thing, right? Gyrocopter, if you play overly carefully, you're going to fall behind in your farm. You are a flash farming, GPM generating hero, be it kind of like the Sven, where you take really big stacks in the triangle with the flag cannon, or be it that you're just relying on the Aghanim Scepter and strategically placed nukes by your teammates. Either way, Gyrocopter can be a really strong hero, as long as he doesn't fall behind, and as long as the Terrorblade doesn't outfarm him. Because I can see 4Pirates lose this game due to, you know, Darkseer countering Terrorblade too hard and Gyrocopter being a pretty decent carry, especially in Yowai's hands. The other way around, though. If Gyrocopter just doesn't have a game, then everyone is falling off. Well, 5-man smoke up against 5-man smoke. They're smoking both almost at exactly the same time, but Terrorblade already breaks his smoke, trying to get a little bit of an aggressive ward down. Will give away his position and that of the Tusk. Gyrocopter about to get ran down by 4 people with a nice slow chain stance coming up. Yowai definitely going to get bursted down. Bounty rune split 2-4-2 for Pirates, though they got exactly the start that they have been looking for. Norma still very much enjoying himself here. Well, with that one kill over on top lane, other than that little bit of first blood impact, not really a lot going on just yet. Yowai at no point whatsoever is Gyrocopter gonna have enough damage to harass the X completely out of lane with, but that doesn't mean that that constant annoying kind of chip damage, just annoying them and whittling them down, isn't gonna add up still, right? As there's gonna be another kill onto Ariel with a beautiful rocket barrage. CX they may not be able to do a lot against until they have enough damage with a bunch of rocket barrages being spammed. And that's gonna be another kill. This time around the cameraman not quite catching up to it. But there is gonna be Pedantic dying to Norma. Netty Narwhal getting ran down by the Pangolier.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Ariel. Not really having the most fun over on the top lane as... Well, they're just kind of waiting for Pugna to hit this level 6, but you can already see the rocket barrage damage and the magical damage that Gyrocopter can output into the X is getting more and more and more.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
As it is going to be Fernand's about to be caught out by the Ember Spirit, but not quite. Flacco, though, will be blown up by the Pugna. That's going to be a very nice high-value return kill, while Gyrocopter not quite able to get a follow-up kill on the Axe in exchange for his own support. Flacco going to get slowed up by the Axe. As Netty Narwhal. One more right click from the Pangolier and it will be a kill.
Tower is under attack.
Norma already off to flash farm in the jungle, so Darkseer is gonna try to snowball his GPM as much as humanly possible here. And that's gonna be a 5-minute 30 Vanguard timing. Alright, fair enough, well played by the Darkseer. I see what he's going for. Rush Vanguard before you do anything else, just to make sure you can't be killed as easily. And then use that Vanguard to farm a lot more efficiently by putting Iron Shell on yourself. Mr. Morrow, though, on the X will get feared away just before calling. Does not get the call quite as good as he wanted it to be, thanks to a perfect little bit of synergy. But that did cost Yowai both of the supports now, and he is left behind alone. Yowai has a Pangolier coming in to rescue him, but just a second too late, as Pangolier trying to at least get the Bane out of that, but realizes he does not even have the damage for Pedantic on his own, since there's no more teammates to benefit off of the stun from the Rolling Thunder. As Axe in a world of hurt, tag team damage really adding up, but Pugna gets the save at just the last second. So Axe is going to survive for now. There is gonna be Flacco still chasing, but Flacco, he realizes that they're perfectly body blocking the impalement arts, making sure that he cannot get the kill and will instead just die for it. As there comes A nice little initiation onto Yowai once again. It will cost Pedantic his life, but they got the gyrocopter, so it's totally worth it, and Bane not only gives the better luck next time, but he's also going to tip the gyrocopter just to really rub it in, to try and tilt Yowai, get into his head.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ember. Not really looking great net worth wise, and we will see Nettie Narwhal commit for this Blade Mail Ember Spirit build, which has been getting more and more popular. I mean, Queen of Pains do it too, right? If a hero has sufficient sustain, then more often than not that hero is just going to build a Blade Mail these days. I'm not a big fan of it. I think a lot of players have figured out how to play around the Blade Mail. Then again, the one person that is gonna suffer is the Gyrocopter, because Gyrocopter, none of his damage he can really stop without stopping all of his damage, right? And even then, with the Aghanim Scepter, you cannot stop that little side gunner from shooting somebody. So I think side gunner damage doesn't count as your damage, so it doesn't get returned to the Gyrocopter, because the game thinks it needs to return it to the side gunner instead. As Yowai killed off by Ariel over on the top lane. Once again, this Gyrocopter with the Ember Spirit gank now no longer has a lane whatsoever.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As it's gonna be Pedantic going down now. Nettie Narwhal caught as well, and with the Ember Spirit dying, he just went for such a beautiful rotation. Basically giving a very big finger to Team Next Level, just saying, haha, screw you, we have all of this additional farm, we have all of this additional, well, roaming space to shut down your hard carry. But they immediately will punish at least the mid laner for it and shut down the Ember Spirit somewhat. While now everybody from the side of Team Next Level is going to push in this mid tower. In comes the Ember Spirit though, trying to defend with a beautiful two-man searing chain. Pugna gets a setup onto the Pangolier. Wheel of Wonder comes out, allowing Ember Spirit no way but forward. Pugna is going to look at it, as he realizes Ember is going to have to Remnant out and would be looking at it otherwise. But yeah, Pugna just sacrifices himself to the wheel because somebody there had to look at it. And this is how you're supposed to use the Ringmaster ultimate. If you're like trying to learn Ringmaster, trying to pick up the hero, and you don't know how to deal with his ultimate since it's been nerfed, and since it takes people looking at it for half a second, do it like that. Where you just use this zoning tool where people just can't get past that Ringmaster ultimate, will be forced to look at it. And, well, if the support then says, okay, screw it, if I'm the one to look at it to die for my carry, that's a good trade. Then, at the very least, you get value out of the Ringmaster ultimate, because all the time it takes for people to decide, like it did in that fight on mid, makes so much chaos and creates such a good teamfight scenario for you.
Is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Scans are flying.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Voice lines are still making the round, but there's not really much of a team fight going on.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
As that's gonna be a beautiful Flacco pickup. Axe, though, with the blade mail, defending himself, getting a lot of damage onto Fernans in, but Fernans turns it around with a snowball, gets the axe, gets the Pugna stand up for his teammates. Fernans dies. So it will be a 2-4-3 trade here, with both teams losing both of their supports, but 4Pirates also losing their offlaner, and with Yowai being the one to be in that team fight, being the one to get all of that kill involvement. He's definitely going to be thankful for the money infusion. He's also going for the Falcon Blade. A little bit late. I think Yowai went like, I can afford to skip my Falcon Blade. I don't need it. Tried to avoid building it, went for other items instead, and then realized, oh crap, I am really gonna need that mana regen the Falcon Blade offers me. Time to build a Falcon Blade regardless, right?
Dire are scanning.
Axe finds himself a nice juicy stack in the enemy jungle. Ah, that's gonna be some much needed gold swinging around, as now the gold advantage is gonna be held by 4Pirates. It is not even 1,000 yet, but they're gonna be so happy having taken away that farm, having deprived Gyrocopter of it, right? Because Gyrocopter...
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's gonna be a beautiful Gyrocopter ultimate, making sure to kill off Ariel. It will be a support kill, while the other support, the Bane, manages to get away from there, but can't really contribute anything, right? Bane giving the cheese taunt, throwing some wheels of cheese around while he is trying to commit in over on the top lane with the Ember Spirit. If they could catch a kill onto Yowai here, it would be amazing, as Yowai gonna be very disappointed to find most of his stacks gone already. And out comes the Wheel of Wonder. Yowai not living though! Netty Narwhal, he made sure to put his remnant into the wheel, so that no matter which direction he had to turn into after the fact, he would be standing in a way that he looks away from the wheel, and he will be rewarded with the all-important kill onto Yowai, as well as an additional bonus one onto Flacco. As it's going to be Axe getting a lot of mana burn, but Axe, he still has mana for a Culling Blade and would very much like himself some extra Culling Blade armor stacks, so that's gonna be all of his mana used, but it's really just invested into the late game here, right, as Axe gets full mana up. No, that's what I call support service. Pugna comes in, Axe full mana, they can go again. And right now it's Yowai's Gyrocopter that's still struggling, because Yowai, yeah, he has damage, but he doesn't have survivability, so he can't show in a team fight without being focused down. In comes the Darks here, trying to get the good initiation onto the Terrorblade. He is gonna be finding a decent wall at least, doing some work against all of these illusions as Gyrocopter comes in, and this is where the AoE combo finally starts doing work for Team Next Level. Team Next Level, they did have to buy back their Ringmaster though, and they will use Yowai once again. Oof, that looked so good with the Darks here ultimate, making a really strong Terrorblade illusion, just hitting around, but it still wasn't enough there. So it looks like we are gonna have ourselves a bit of a pause here from the looks of it. Alright, this is giving us a chance to check in some items, and Ember Spirit, he's going for obviously the Changing Kaya, which you pretty much always see on Ember Spirits when they're going for the Blade Mail build. Not just because of the max health increase, but the magical damage increase does work on the damage that Blade Mail deals back. Like, Blade Mail effect damage basically does count as spell damage there. Well, no disconnects. I always hate that the most about these pauses. Though then again, there have been some technical issues today involving the Dota client as such. So maybe the players are now feeling them and doing some settings, doing some troubleshooting. Lord knows I've done my share of troubleshooting for this season.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As it's going to be Terrorblade once again, setting his mines onto the mid-tier tube. 4Pirates, they have the momentum, they have 1 kill lead, but also a pretty decent lead in terms of gold because of Terrorblade being able to split the map and farm everywhere at once. Outpost getting taken over as well, who knows, I may get lucky and see ourselves a second best of 3, get a third game today.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower.
Terrorblade slow pushing the next tower.
Radiant's top tower is
Team
under
next
attack.
level, what are they gonna do about this? They need a good initiation with like a multi-hero call down or something ridiculous like that, right?
Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yes, there's gonna be another initiation this time around though. Axe, call or no call, his team isn't quite in a position to fight up that high ground, so they are gonna be delayed by a little bit. Still not too delayed to kill off this Tusk, and from the looks of it, the Ringmaster as well. So 2 supports for just an Axe. Not a good trade, regardless at the end of the day. Team next level, looking at the net worth. Their Pangolier is right behind the Terrorblade, but Gyrocopter is already starting to fall off and fall behind the other cores. This is not where you want your Gyrocopter to be. Yes, Axe gets the slam dunk onto Fernans. Dunk.
Better luck next time.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is
Team next level. They're feeling the pressure once again. Top being pressured out. No more tier 2s to hide behind. When 4Pirates really want to force that team fight, all they have to do is go to the high ground and come and knocking from here on out. And even though we're only 20 minutes into the game with a Terrorblade, they will knock proper fast. Pugna and Terrorblade working on this Tormentor, and they are gonna get it with just the two of them. Another massive gold swing and a pretty decent Aghanim shard on the Bane coming out as well.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom
As Flacco ran down with the help of Natty Narwhal. Natty Narwhal, having massive amounts of damage, will be able to get the kill. Gyrocopter caught next, and if Yoai goes down here, it would be disastrous, knowing that Tusk is doing everything in his power to try and keep him safe. Yoai getting massive amounts of damage, but Natty Narwhal is gonna get the kill, is going to get full sundered by his Terrorblade. Pangolier wants to get the Terrorblade so badly for that, and he will. So Terrorblade at least gets punished for saving his teammate there. But Yoai, he just keeps taking deaths on this Gyrocopter. Now in comes the call to deal with the Terrorblade hard counter and take away the Darkseer.
Dire's bottom tower is falling.
Beautifully played there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
As well.
They're so nice.
Bane still hitting people with voice lines, but only in team chat. He's happy that this is probably going to a game number 3, I think.
Are scanning.
Roche, not quite taken down. The scan will reveal that Team Next Level are coming in, and immediately 3-man smoke up the high ground, catching poor little Flacco. Oof. No Roche kill just yet, but Roshan is still being fought, and the Darkseer initiation with the wall is now ready, so they need to go in. They can't allow this Roshan to hit the floor. 4Pirates, though, they already almost got it, and are keeping one person on the lookout outside of the pit at all times to make sure that their Roche is not going to get stolen from them. As that's gonna be Aegis going the way of Otaker.
Are scanning.
Alright, well, things have been looking harder than ever this game for Team Next Level, and as that's the case, Axe comes in, gets another one together with Natty Narwhal, making sure Dual Race has no possibility of escape whatsoever. Team Next Level, they're also kind of missing that big support you usually see with the Gyrocopter, right? Where's the IO to the Gyrocopter? Where is the additional catch that kind of rewards him and enables him to get some good rocket barrages going over on mid lane? Ember Spirit caught, and that is gonna be one super high value return kill. Natty Narwhal going down for well over 1,000 there. Massive freaking game changer for sure. Well, 3 minutes on that Aegis, and 4Pirates would very much like to take a Rex here. It's not like they're on the clock, it's not like their time is running out, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to keep scaling forever either, right? Like, at some point, this 4 Pirates gameplay is changing from this aggressive, in-your-face, ha, we have a metamorphosis, we're gonna run you down, press our metamorphosis, and everybody is dying to some very big hits from the Terrorblade, right? We're gonna have moments like that unfold more often. But then eventually they're gonna unravel into, hey, we're just gonna use our Terrorblade, we're just gonna use our metamorphosis for these objectives to split push out lanes. And it will be more of a quiet, a safe playstyle, if you will. As Terrorblade. Taking his time, being annoying. But he's already over halfway through this tier 3. At least there's the blind from the Ringmaster Spotlight, which is really, really good to keep people at bay from your objectives. As Terrorblade gets caught, Terrorblade ran down, will be healed up by the Pugna, but this time around, not enough healing in such a short time. Bane, stuck, will be forced to ulti the Pangolier, but there's a vacuum to interrupt him! Putting him on the spot with Otak, a beautiful play from the Darks here. I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough though, because X comes on in, as that Culling Blade is going to cull not just the Pangolier, but also allow the Pugna to kill off the backlines, and now Darks here is going to go down. Yowai, the last one alive, as he has to watch his Rex fall to the Terrorblade and the Ember Spirit. Terrorblade, he's looking so hard to deal with here. And that's gonna be one lane taken in favor of Otak. It's gonna be GG very soon at this rate. And I don't think there's much that Team Next Level can really do about it. So I guess today it's gonna be a 2-1 day. Which would be nice, because I've had a curse that all of the games I end up casting end up being 2-0s. Team Next Level. They may want to reach the next level here, but they're currently preparing for the last stand, both mentally and as far as the GPM goes. Well, Roshan is down for another 5 minutes or so, so if 4 Pirates aren't going to be able to push this final lane of Raxen, the next Roshan fight is going to be all determining pretty much. For now though, they're just hoping that Gyrocopter can do something to this Terrorblade, as Terrorblade will be caught, will be taking a lot of damage. Otaker, he died! The first kill on Otaker in 15 minutes or so. I mean, that doesn't mean that this is gonna be an easy or even doable game, but to quote the famous movie, if it bleeds, we can kill it. It's Predator for those of you who don't know. I won't spoil you the movie. The first Predator is actually really good. Second one, not so much, but that's alright. That's just Hollywood at that age where like all the sequels were really crappy. And that's gonna be Yowai trying to catch the axe with the Gyrocopter ultimate brought low, but BKB is going to save him from the rest of the damage coming in. Bane is now going to be killed up, but only after landing a good ultimate, and Axe comes in, gets the follow-up kill on Flacco, saying thank you for the armor, jumps away, no more Yowai, meaning no more damage output for 50 seconds. Yeah, this Gyrocopter is just not doing it this game. I mean, Darkseer might, as Pangolier gets a beautiful jump onto Ariel still, and Norma, just look at all the work he's doing in this team fight, gradually whittling down this incredibly tanky Axe until he is eventually gonna fall, and now Netty Narwhal, the last one isolated in the base, as the Rolling Thunder comes out. They're gonna try to keep him stun locked there. He is gonna remnant out though, and with the BKB being long enough, teleport. So even if they take good or even great fights, it's usually not giving that much of an impact. Axe about to respawn. Team Next Level not getting blessed with an early Roshan respawn here to lead them to victory. Though I also like how chat's already asking, oh chat, who's gonna win game number 3? Who's gonna win the final map of the series? Meanwhile, I'm just sitting here like, oh boy, we're gonna be like a whole hour behind schedule if there's gonna be a third game. So admin is gonna be pissed off, but I don't mind. I'm the guy that loves like long series and really good back and forths, right? I'm probably the only caster that does, given that we get paid by the series, but hey, somebody has to, right? I mean, Dudai probably does as well. My man Dudai, just like me, loves himself some hype Dota. Speaking of hype, Team Next Level smoking up with 4, trying to catch somebody.
Radiant are
Making it a
scanning.
5-man smoke by including the Tusk in it.
You're so nice.
As a Bane ultimate catches the Pangolier. Pangolier is going to get saved though. Maybe even still on time, as Dual Ray is able to walk out of there now and has his teammates with him. The only one at risk of dying is Furnace right now, who's trying to keep the Terrorblade back as long as possible. And while Terrorblade isn't really doing much damage, Flacco is still going to go down first, and now Terrorblade 2 gets an opportunity to finish the job there. Pangolier gets himself out, as will the Gyrocopter. Or will he? You think he should, right? Yeah. Close call, but finally, for a change, this is, I know, absolutely mind-breaking, but Yowai survives. Very well done there, and also kind of about time, honestly. As the last Rain of Rax is about to be punched down, there will be a beautiful call onto the Pangolier. Pangolier, though, with the shield crash, keeping himself alive, even against an over-leveled, over-farmed Pugna. The last Rax is slowly getting whittled down by the Terrorblade. Yo, he's just missing such a little bit of damage to deal with the Terrorblade ultimate effectively, but the Rax are gonna fall, and the call down is going to do nothing here. Now they're up against Mega's Team Next Level, though, still really trying to end this in a 2-game fashion. They're not gonna tap out until they don't see any way to victory anymore. And, well, Flacco, nice escape with the surge as Axe goes in trying to call him. That may have been a mistake, but no, the Walrus Punch is going to punch him straight into Flacco. Oh, what a misplay, as now everybody grouped up beautifully, but the AoE damage is just not there. This is the second time we see that in a team fight where, like, the group up, the AoE combo is there, but they just don't have the damage, and most of the damage is gonna be done by a Terrorblade illusion just hitting away. Also, no, chat. Justice League, like, if it bleeds, it can die, or whatever the original line is. It's originally from Predator, I'm pretty sure. I'm googling it right now. Oh, actually, I'm googling it after this team fight, because Terrorblade once again gets caught. They are just not willing to tap out until they kill this TB, no matter the cost. And they do keep chain stunning Otaker, but Otaker just sunders, goes back to full health, and kills off Dual Rays there as well. Tier 4 tower getting torn down. And it's going to be the Ancient going down as well. But no, ladies and gentlemen, and okay, I gotta go back to this topic, but if people are misquoting stuff, the original quote, "If it bleeds, we can kill it," is from the movie Predator. It then got written into a book by Stephen King, and only then, to reference the Stephen King book, who DC has a habit of referencing, DC Comics went ahead and, made the quote. Anywho, with that, let's talk a little bit more about what happened this game. But honestly, what happened this game was fairly little from the side of Team Next Level. And I did say that before, the only way for Next Level to lose was to fall short on damage, was to have their damage dealer systematically taken out of the team fight so that Gyrocopter doesn't get those hits in. That's exactly what happened. But in addition to that, Gyrocopter died so often during the laning stage that they were just lacking damage. Darkseer, the combos, they were amazing. The 3, 4, and even 5-man walls were there. They hit, but the only illusion from Darkseer that would deal damage was also still the Terrorblades. And if an illusion made from an enemy team's hero is your best source of damage, then I think you just don't have a carry and need to call GG go next. Which, well, Team Next Level are going to be forced to be doing one way or the other here. As ladies and gentlemen, with that, the standing is going to be 1-1, and we are going to go to a second game, number 3 today, here at the European Pro League, season number 27. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. A lot more Dota to go around, as we're not even at the halfway point here. I'll be seeing you all after the break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and with that, we are back once again, already like 15 minutes behind schedule for the next series. But I think that's just a really good indication for you guys that you can be here watching Dota all day. Because after this series, my good friend and colleague Costa Benz is going to take over for me. But like I've said, it will probably be a while, judging by these drafts, especially because 4Pirates, they have not one, but two of those really hard to kill, really defensive heroes who can disengage team fights, who can get themselves away and not just be overran, right? Because Timbersaw with the Timber Chain and with the Aghanim Scepter especially, he's just super hard to kill. And then you got a Dazzle, so that if anybody else is dying, they are just going to get Shadow Graved up and saved that way, right? I like what I'm seeing from Team Next Level though, because this I see as a really good Storm pick. When you have a Naga Siren as well as a Pangolier to kind of commit with the Storm, that's when your draft is actually looking very clean and very good. Well, looking across the bans though, Puck taken out. It's interesting that Shadow Fiend would already preemptively be banned, because Templar Assassin is taken out, and with Templar Assassin, it makes a lot of sense for that hero to be gone. Well, with the Dooza band out, everything's so mainstream. And I mean, to be fair, Puck in the right hands when he actually does snowball is insanely strong. And the same kind of goes for the Medusa, right? Who I don't like her. I think you can counter her too easily with both mana burn and faster farming heroes. But the thing is, like, Dooza would be very like uncontested here if it gets picked up by Team Next Level, right? 4Pirates, they have one good answer to the Dooza. They could last pick another one, but then you have two heroes that answer the Dooza. So it makes sense why they want to ban out the Dooza here, I guess. Well, Gyrocopter banned out, so apparently, despite Yowai not having the game that he wanted, not getting enough damage on his Gyrocopter to actually win the team fights, it seems like 4Pirates, they still very much respect Yowai and his insane carry potential here, so they will ban out the Gyrocopter. And now the last pick needs to be determined by Next Level, because they got one more ban left, but you definitely got to know what your last pick is going to be before committing to the last ban, right? That's just basic Dota drafting rules, really. Ooh, last pick. Luna is what it's gonna be. Because I was really curious. Them banning out the Terrorblade here means they're picking something a lot bigger and more important. And apparently it's the Luna for the side of Team Next Level. We don't see her that often, but her ultimate has massive freaking potential to just turn a game upside down. And I do like the idea of having a Luna plus Storm Spirit, because if Luna gets jumped and you are in that glaive range, and then Storm Spirit just tears somebody away from the Luna while they're being glaved, that is very, very deadly. As the last pick, Otaker. Wait, Otaker Underlord. So this Underlord is in fact the one. I was kind of shutting up there because I wasn't sure what this Underlord is gonna be, but Otaker, the moment the draft ends, immediately locks it in and goes, oh hell yeah, Underlord 1, let's go. And I mean, it does fit Otaker's playstyle because it's both exponentially fast at farming, incredibly tough to kill, and just really high value as a whole, right? Well, looking across the draft though, I don't know. This one is the iffiest game yet because I have no idea how good or bad Underlord is. I know what he does in theory, and in theory, Underlord should counter Yowai on the Luna. So there is a great bit of synergy. There's a great bit of worked out teamwork there. I don't know though. It feels so iffy to have 3 melee cores, right? All of the cores on 4Pirates aside are melee in nature. No ranged right clickers, no range damage whatsoever. Meaning that, well, yes, I have faith. I do think Underlord can be a valid 1 position. As a matter of fact, when I saw him lock it in, I was already thinking like, hey, I'm totally gonna steal this build, play it in my pubs, and get reported. Because that's how you honor good builds, right? By trying to copy them, failing horribly, and then losing behavior score. But yeah, Otaker 1 position Underlord. I mean, Otaker sometimes gets put on the off lane where Mr. Moral then takes over the 1 position, but Timbersaw 1 wouldn't be great either, so I think genuinely Underlord would be a far better 1 position than the Timbersaw here. Well, it looks like we're getting slowly but surely ready to load on in. And I love the draft from 4Pirates. 4Pirates is definitely the way more exciting to watch and more fun draft. But I do think that Team Next Level may just have the better of the 2 drafts, right? Because I don't know. I don't like the Luna that much this patch. I've played my share of Luna this patch, and you do need to be very fast, very aggressive, use those bouncing glaives to push lanes very early on. Which I don't like. It feels so counterintuitive to Luna. Luna is a great farmer. She is super for taking stacks and being greedy. And then having to play Luna more aggressively and basically playing around your cooldowns and that proactive we run in your face kind of playstyle. I don't know. Well, judging by the win rate, Dota seems rather partial when nothing has happened in this game just yet.
30 seconds to battle.
Because the thing is, both drafts snowball. Everyone in this patch, ever since the last big update drop, everybody drafts snowball. Sure, some people draft late game, some people draft early game, but generally speaking, all good carries this game do what the Luna does, in that they get some money, they use that money to farm faster, and they keep accelerating like that till they're guaranteed at 100% for sure without a doubt ahead of the enemy carry, and that's when you run your opponent down. That's how Dota is played nowadays, and I don't like it, and I don't think Luna likes it as a hero, but clearly Team Next Level have a plan or they would not be picking her, and I wonder what Luna looks like in this current, more aggressive, more snowball-y meta that we have going on.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Top lane pretty chill. I imagine this Naga actually feels so counterproductive though with her army of illusions. Otaker 1 position Underlord. So he starts with 9 tangos. He bought 9 freaking tangos going into this lane, ladies and gentlemen. Pangolier. He's not gonna have fun this lane. I think there may actually be a Pangolier counter that works, and we don't see that often. Pango, he's such a benefactor this patch. He's so popular. But I don't know. I kind of feel like he does nothing to the Underlord, right? Because Underlord has way more health, way better physical damage resistance. The Swashbuckle just doesn't bother him much. Flacco needs to be very careful, but is able to get away. Flacco and Yowai.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Ooh, and a nice kill onto Netty Narwhal by Dual Race. So it seems like Storm is currently ahead in this battle of brothers going on. I wonder how much longer that's gonna be the case. But he is gonna get stacks, and that's kind of the thing. So even if the Void Spirit is the one I prefer, like, I love infinite scaling heroes. Also, chat is like, oh, you want builds that lose your MMR. Go for a Zeus with 6 Mjolnirs. I mean, honestly, that sounds like the stupid kind of thing people would unironically build in their pubs not too long ago. Because I think it was 5 years ago or so, which was the TI, where a lot of, like, normies, a lot of non-Dota people watched, basically. Because I think there was one 5 years ago. They literally had a, like, non-Dota TI cast, where people would get Dota explained like they've never played the game before, right? And that worked out pretty well for Dota's popularity. But I also think that pretty much that TI was the turning point, like 5 or 6 years ago, where, like, at low MMRs, you no longer grieve intentionally. You no longer pick, like, Zeus one position and just rush your 6 Mjolnirs because it's fun. But now, if you play rank, it's expected of you to try hard, right? And to play your role. Because even at the lowest of low ranks, you're gonna get fucking reported, mass banned. If you even pick something too greedy, like if you pick a greedy 4, which is actually pretty meta this patch, and your team deems them too greedy, oh, let's mass report that person. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here like, bro, when I started playing ranked, that was random and it would give you extra items. So what you would do is you would call position 5 and then immediately random and play whatever you got as a position 5. Yowai now being ran down though, he's starting to feel like a position 5 in this lane, with this being the second time that he's being bullied away and this time around actually getting killed. Because, yeah, that's what I mean, Luna, while she is still a greedy hero that does very little in the laning stage, this patch it's so much faster, it's so much more aggressive. And we are gonna see why Luna isn't chosen that often anymore, right? Just of her dying so easily to a gank. But now it's gonna be tri-lane against tri-lane. And with that tri-lane against tri-lane, Naga Siren will be able to get herself away and stay alive for now. Flacco needs to be very careful though, because Jakiro does do significant damage, but couldn't get the Liquid Fire follow-up right click in, so for now they get to be fine.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, that's gonna be one more kill onto Mr. Morrow, but Storm Spirit, he is not done yet. He wants more here. Ariel cannot finish off that low health Naga Siren and will be taken down regardless. Team Next Level, they're making sure to bring their hero online as fast as possible. Norma coming in for the invade on the Wisdom. So will the Naga Siren. Naga Siren, the one to block the take here, is going to utilize the illusions. Is taking massive damage though. And Flacco just goes down as there was no team moving in to kind of try and turn it around.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, the game's slowing down a bit, but a slow game here. Very beneficial for the Void Spirit until he starts going for the team fights, which is kind of what I'm waiting for. Because the carries, they're still gonna take a couple of minutes, they're still gonna farm up. The Void Spirit, however, he's just going to go in and tear people apart once he starts fighting, and then he's never really gonna stop. However, the Storm Spirit does the same, right? And I prefer the Void Spirit because he scales. Well, I prefer the Void Spirit despite the fact that,
Is under attack.
you know, Storm Spirit scales indefinitely. Because I do think Void Spirit has way more teamfight potential. As Rolling Thunder is gonna connect onto the Dazzle, not really doing too much to Pedantic just yet. Pedantic though, he is realizing that, like, if you're being targeted by a Rolling Thunder, they probably think that they can kill you with that Rolling Thunder, and that's exactly what's gonna happen to him. Yo, why? He's just constantly having 3 or 4 people over on his lane, having the time of his life. I mean, the Luna died once and was pretty much suffering until 3 people came over and top basically turned into a tri-lane. I will add that fact, because I remember saying how Luna was basically feeling like position 5. So I think this tri-lane is an excellent answer from the side of Team Next Level, and that's why they're so far in kills right now, because they know, oh crap, our Luna has a problem, our Luna needs more space, we need to do something to make Luna more space.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Alright, so there's gonna be a crush attempt onto the Pangolier. Pangolier though, has another ultimate, did manage to get himself away, may want to reset from this high ground but misses the timing.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As for Pirates, looking to show off the powers of their Void Spirit over in the mid lane, but Storm has been stomping this lane so far and is sitting at an impressive amount of galvanizes already, which he will use to hunt down Pedantic for sport. Pedantic, not keeping himself alive long enough with the Shallow Grave, is going to die. And once again, we see the side of Team Next Level just go full 4-man, but since Otaker now has his level 6, they may just get the punish. And however, Otaker, oh no, he's the 1 position. He's still sitting on top of net worth after dying there. That should tell you how much gold he gave away by comparison. And with 1 more kill, despite the fact that Otaker has been farming perfectly on that Underlord of his. Oof. Team Next Level looking good. I also like how they changed the Luna ultimate, so you actually see a little Luna phase in the day-night timer now. I think that's a massive difference maker. Well, we're once again at a quiet game stage, but this time around with, like, the big Luna ultimate still being on cooldown for a minute, 4Pirates may just try and take advantage by ganking the Luna. while her ultimate is still coming from cooldown. As Flacco about to be ran down, and bam! One more proc from the Dazzle, and it is going to be a kill.
I've lived on this plane much longer, brother. You have no power here.
You have no power here. Oh, I love those spirit versus spirit voice lines, right? I mean, I kind of feel bad that Storm Spirit is already stumping the lane so hard. Then again, anything can still happen this game as long as Otaker has a good game. Since, like I said before, I don't really know the timings and the game plan of a one-position underdog, underlord. It does feel like they're the underdog already, though.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Kill-wise, 4Pirates still very far behind, but they are hunting without fear.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh god, here we go with the issues on stream again. Hopefully, there won't be any of those for you guys. But yeah, sometimes encoding breaks and we get funny little artifacts or sound issues. It's not me doing it, I can assure you my setup should be fine.
Dire are scanning.
As a matter of fact, I do keep debating whether to actually like privately start streaming, because dude I did, and his streams, while getting very little viewers, are super entertaining to watch. Dazzle gets bursted down by the Storm Spirit. Meanwhile, it is gonna make the kills 10 to merely 4, as now dual race. This is the dual race I know, this big playmaker that everybody across the map has to be terrified of. And right now, this Storm Spirit is absolutely terrifying. But yeah, as I was saying, another one of our casters started streaming and he gets like freaking 10 views. But his streams are a blast and I enjoy watching him. So I figure I may do the same at some point. Anywho, it will be Netty Narwhal going down to dual race once again. And now I just kind of feel bad for Netty Narwhal, because it's not that his Void Spirit is bad, it's that Storm Spirit is too fat and is just going to punish his every move basically, while Fernance gets Otaker down. Look at the cleave range from Otaker though, it's ridiculous. Like, the cleave range alone, if he has enough stacks, I can see him be such a big carry, and he already cleaves through the entire lane. Like, you cannot hide in the trees, you cannot hide anywhere from Otaker. I should try this build just for the meme of it. But, like I said before as well, he doesn't have much in the way of dealing with like Storm Spirit and Luna's damage. It's the Pangolier he counters, it's the Pangolier that he's supposed to, you know, hold on there.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Void Spirit takes over, split pushing the top lane there. As it will be team next level catching the Void Spirit. Void Spirit about to be locked down. Netty Narwhal still being kept alive by 4Pirates' backlines. But 4Pirates, they are going to sacrifice their Dazzle for that. And now Netty Narwhal, is he really away? Because mind you, there's only one hero that has longer range chasing than Void Spirit does, and that's the Storm. Out comes the teleport attempted from the Underlord. But it's just gonna be that attempted thanks to a beautiful Song of the Siren. In comes the Timbersaw. Mr. Morrow still trying to turn the fight around. Mr. Morrow though gets caught with the Storm Spirit. And one more stun from BO3 on the Luna is gonna finish him off. There's the Storm Spirit once again catching Ariel. And catching Ariel is enough with Norma. Having very high damage at this stage of the game and going for the Swashbuckle follow-up.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's pedantic. Bam! Taken down. They do make sure to give the kill to the Luna there, who's definitely going to need all of that extra network to come in and affect her.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Team next level. Starting to get more and more net worth thanks to their Luna free farming. I'm wondering what Underlord, like, can he play from being behind a net worth at all? Or is he like a Juggernaut where you need to sit ahead in net worth over the enemy carry in order to get a victory going? Over on top. No clash happening. Dazzle and Void Spirit still staying very well hidden, even though Dazzle's smoke has been broken. So somebody should know that Dazzle is potentially there, right? And that is kind of what 4Pirates are hoping for, that somebody, like a lone support, goes into the jungle to ward, thinking, maybe they're still around, maybe they're gonna re-invade. However, they're gonna approach it way differently instead.
Bottom tower is under attack.
As that's going to be a jump onto Mr. Morrow. Mr. Morrow, though, has the Aghanim Scepter, and with that, just more than 2 times his health pool. Finally, this Timbersaw capable of frontlining like he should, but a massive Rolling Thunder is going to keep them all stunned up on the side of the Radiant still. 4Pirates trying to turn around will be able to get Ariel with the power of Dual Rays. Void Spirit catching the Naga. Naga, though, gets caught, gets chopped down.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tormentor torn to shreds here. As well, I guess Underlord 1 isn't so bad, but they are falling behind, and I'm not sure if it's a lack of Underlord hitting that flash farming speed, or if it's the rest of the team. Because I do think the biggest impacting factor, and I said this during the draft as well, Natty Narwhal, he was supposed to be this insane space creator. He was supposed to be ahead of everyone, and kind of use that to his advantage to just keep owning the game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Three-man smoke up from the side of 4Pirates. Show me what this Underlord 1 can do. I want to see it. I want to believe in the pick. The creep is too huge and too hilarious for it not to work, but they don't even need the Underlord for now. They will just pick off the Naga Siren, get her, and then head into the Roche Pit. I mean, if somebody's standing outside of that Roche Pit, they're in a world of hurt, right?
Radiant's bottom tower.
Now, if somebody can tell me what legendary movie that's a reference for to 10 out of 10. And it's pretty famous. Oh, but holy crap, the counter initiation from the Pangolier! Oh, Tucker gets the Aegis, does not get the Roshan kill. Storm Spirit dies for having come into the pit to contest. Yoai is still holding his own. The Glaze are bouncing nicely, but he's stunned up. At the moment, he gets stunned up by the Void Spirit. The damage will be there on the Underlord. Ready to kill him. Underlord now with the ultimate trying to keep chasing Norma, able to get down the high ground. One of those situations where Pangolier pick is paying off a lot. But even if he gets the shield crash up onto 3 people... Wait, he blinks! He has his blink dagger already and now Pedantic goes down for it! What an outplay by the Pangolier, Norma. Holy crap, he managed to just not die for 3 seconds, or not take damage for 3 seconds there, thanks to that excellent multi-hero shield crash. Well, they're gonna try and set up to brawl for these runes. It looks like the Arcane rune is just going to get denied by the Dark Willow, though, being way too well positioned there.
Dire are scanning.
Okay, things are quiet, but Storm Spirit is still over on the bottom lane. He's getting reinforcements in, trying to catch Natty Narwhal, decides against it, as a million pings are flying the moment he reveals himself. Pling, 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 pling.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As that's gonna be a catch onto the Void Spirit. Void Spirit able to jump away, and Luna just wasted a massive ultimate there. Yoai, not the kind of plays we're usually seeing from him. Maybe he hasn't played Luna in too long, right? It is a bit of a unique hero at the very least.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, the 5-man smoke is going to continue looking for kills, and that's all they need. Just some lucky pick-off to start the fight with. Storm trying to initiate, but while Storm was so far ahead of the Void Spirit and basically domineered him in every way of the word, that's no longer the case now, and the game is actually starting to get progressively harder as it keeps going on here. Pedantic goes down to dual race, and Yoai though will kill off Ariel. Who needs the Luna ultimate when there's bounce targets for those Glaze as Storm Spirit wants Natty Narwhal. Natty Narwhal with a nice silence, defending himself, turning around on the dual race, forced to get away from there. And see, this is why I prefer Void Spirit to Storm Spirit. Void Spirit doesn't, like, he's the worst hero. He's straight up worst hero. Natty Narwhal though once again shows off just why he's so popular, because even if you're being jumped, even if the enemy tries to catch you, tries to kill you, you can escape really well. You can tank up really well. Fernandes is going to get wrecked there as well on that Dark Willow of his. Well, it could still be Team Next Level taking this. They are starting to get some gold lead going, which Luna, of course, excels at snowballing, right? That's what the hero does, and that's what she's really, really good at. $3K leads, not snowballing. Well, Underlord, he's supposed, see, this is the moment where Underlord is supposed to be the one that's supposed to free farm. Mid, the next big team fight brewing. Though, I think with the D-Ward, Netty Narwhal, like, they know that Team Next Level are standing ready here. They know that right now, Team Next Level have all of their fingers on the BKB ready to pop off really hard. Three-man smoke up from the side of 4Pirates. Once again, 4Pirates. They're the kind of team that never gives up if they still have a chance. And since this is the deciding match of the series, they're definitely, rather than tabbing out, just going to keep trying to make moves like that. I don't know, I'm not sure where I'm seeing the issue with the Underlord here, and chat is saying like, hey Joe, you do know at some point the creeps Underlord can actually hit are gonna be limited by the size of the map and not his cleave damage, and I know that, but at no point in this game has Underlord significantly outfarmed the Luna, right? And that's kind of what I was hoping to see from the hero. So if that's not how he's supposed to carry a game, like what's the win condition here, chat? You explain to me, how does Underlord carry games? Because I see him do work. I think he had an amazing laning stage. His farm is crappy though, I agree with that. And I think it's mostly because of the map being limited, but also because of Team Next Level having been able to contest stacks really early on into this game, right? Because I think some of those stacks were supposed to go towards the Underlord. Make sure Underlord is going to at least get online properly and have a decent game for himself. Rune is going to get grabbed. Mr. Moral getting Pangolier rolled. And Luna still trying to run people down. Also, chat, the Aghanim Scepter for Luna makes the cooldown very low. They've changed that the last time her ultimate got nerfed. As that's why she keeps ulting every 70 seconds as Otaka trying to get out of there, not quite succeeding. And now the Void Spirit locked down. Beautiful Song of the Siren. Who are they going to set up on next? Well, only 2 left now, so Timbersaw it is, and then Void Spirit, the last one. Whether he remains or gets caught, it's really more of a detail at this point. But in comes the catch from the Storm Spirit, and Nettie now was still trying to escape, but Storm Spirit will get the catch on him. There's the Luna to follow up, and down he goes. So as I was saying, so the last time that we had a big rework to the Luna ultimate, it was that 120-second cooldown, really big thing, and the Aghanims would make it bigger, allow you to put it onto heroes, and it would deal so much damage that modern BKB was insanely bad against it. I'll be real with you. Like, BKB would just do nothing. Because, yeah, you ignore 50% of the damage. But they changed it now that where Lunacy Beam at max does 300 damage again. Or, like, at 20, I think you get more. But it's very slow. You can't have a spell deal 450 damage at level 10. And then have that same 450 damage magical spell hit the same target 4 or 5 times at your level 6. Because, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Luna was overpowered, the nerf is deserved or whatever. No, but I prefer low cooldown, like the cooldown of the Luna ultimate to go down than the power of the Luna ultimate to go up. Because it feels more interactive this way, right? Nowadays, if you have BKB and you press it against the Luna ultimate, yeah, you're still gonna take like 500, 700, 900 magical damage depending on how many of the beams hit you. But that's doable. That you can walk off on a lot of tanky heroes. So you make Dota a lot more interactive by, rather than making Luna's damage high and the cooldown high, you give her a lower cooldown and lower damage. As long as the ultimate still has a potential of doing huge damage, right? Because of the way it works, the damage is going to be spread out anyways, and you need to balance around that. Production is asking me if we got a remake, but I don't think so. This is nice though, my production guy doesn't speak English, or not very good. He reads and writes English about as well as I read and write Cyrillic. So he's like, wait, are we gonna get a remake? Asking me when no, we're not. Don't worry. This is just some router or something being reset, at least hopefully, right? Because I'm not saying we're not gonna get a remake here, though I don't think we would. I genuinely don't think we would after like this long of a game. Not sure what admin's call would be, but right now they're trying to reconnect and fix their issues. There may be like the call being made in chat or admin informing me like, oh hey, they can't reconnect on one player or whatever. But right now, despite 5 people being disconnected, the idea is that they are gonna be able to reconnect, as we're already 1 hour beyond schedule. I kind of feel bad for my good friend and colleague Costa, who's gonna end up taking over after me. And now we're going so freaking late today. I hope that this is just a route. I mean, it kind of adds up, right? If they're all playing from the same team house, then it's just one router we're waiting to reboot right now. But because 5 people are currently connected and spamming the reconnect button, none of them get to reconnect. Muhahaha. I mean, at some point they will run out of pause time. That would be hilarious, right? I mean, obviously they're gonna stay in touch with admin, and we're not just gonna unpause on them if there's an actual issue that isn't their fault or whatever. I'll just use the opportunity to trash talk more with chat. And chat is still all panicking about like why they are leaving. I'm just hoping they can manage to reconnect here. Because I don't think admin is gonna call like a freaking game number 4 when we're 1 hour behind schedule already. And the schedule is pretty tightly packed, so let's pray they reconnect, though I have all the time in the world. Still not much for me to discuss. I mean, Ghost Scepter Naga Siren is gonna be interesting. I do love those last second. Ooh, we got a Ghost Scepter coming out, right?
Told you a storm was coming.
Told you a storm was coming. I wonder how long the reconnect is gonna take. Well, chat, what's going on with you guys? I got time to talk with you. Usually I get so many... Oh, people are reconnecting. Lovely! I was gonna say I get so many ads, I get so many people that I wanna, like, respond to and don't have the time to usually. But we are getting the first reconnect in, and Fernand is hitting us with the high. Just passive-aggressive high in chat. Two have reconnect. Those were the first two to disconnect, though. So I guess two of them are playing on one router, and the other three are playing on a different router? But the fact that two people are back is a good sign that we don't have to, go with a remake or whatever. Though, like I said, I don't think admin would remake. I think admin at that point would just say, okay, what's the current win rate? We're gonna, flip a coin with the exact odds of the current win rate, right? Something along those lines, probably. Because we're an hour behind schedule, and my poor boy Costa is probably gonna have to go into overtime today.
Lost in the woods, are ya?
Lost in the woods, are you? Well, clearly they're still lost somewhere. Man, betters are so mad though in chat. Here I have time to interact with you guys and be all wholesome, and all we get is betters crying. But look, betters, everybody is reconnected, okay? Nothing to cry about. Besides, like I said, I doubt a pause like this is gonna affect the outcome much. Usually, EPL admins are excellent at keeping things fair and keeping them balanced for all the players playing, right?
Lost in the woods, are ya?
Oh, what a beauty!
Oh, what a beauty. As the voice lines are coming out, and I guess people are still enjoying themselves.
Beep beep! Glorious!
Finally, the unpause is going to be there, and there is the glorious from Storm Spirit. Exactly how I feel about the unpause here, but it looks like Team Next Level, they have not forgotten. They wanted this Roshan.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has
Well, the Roche goes down. Luna is going to get the Aegis. Everybody on 4Pirates has respawned. They better make it worth having to sit through that annoyingly long pause there. With a good team fight or something.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom getting shoved in next with the Dark Willow and the Luna. Just kind of starting to put on the pressure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As we're going to see Tormentor contested next. Yet another high value objective, and that Aghanim's shard is gonna be amazing, going to the Dark Willow, a hero who can greatly benefit from it. I think Dark Willow is one of the more underrated ones, right? Like one of the most underrated. Things would be. I don't know. I want a good comeback. I want to see this Underlord do something.
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And yeah, chat, I do know my good friend and colleague Costa does really love when series go late and when he's here all night. It seems like I'm the only caster who's just enjoying these long series and these long games where we can kind of shift into chill mode. Because right now, let's be real, there's nothing happening until the next team fight. But the next team fight, I'm gonna be able to go ham. Though I do feel kind of sorry for Costa, because scheduling worked out really unlucky for him. Then again, I'm happy to see that at least he has some fans in chat as well, right? Holy shit, I do love that idea that somebody in chat is suggesting, where we handle tiebreakers instead of actually having tiebreaker matches or handling them via coin toss when there isn't a tiebreaker match in the rules. Oh wait, Luna. Look at the damage from the Underlord. Underlord actually finally doing something, but in comes the Storm Spirit and he's saying, well, we can't kill the Underlord, but we can kill everybody behind him, and that is going to be Dazzle killed off. Timbersaw just barely escaping death. Luna now going to have to get out of there. Not quite making it in time as Underlord gets a huge kill, and with that even more damage, even more cleave. Underlord managed to hold the defense, but he does guess wrong with the ultimate, trying to catch the Pangolier there. Oh, he will catch the Naga though. I guess that would be a decent consolation prize if it weren't for the Naga having a song and just singing her way out of there. No Rex taken just yet, though that bottom push was devastating still. It was also a really good indication of, you know, how much the Underlord can do, I guess. Because that was massive. He dealt like 1,000 damage just by cleaving with the right clicks there. And he didn't even get to a high amount of damage. Jakiro trying to get a setup going. Willow makes her way out of there.
Dire are scanning.
But Team Next Level, they do look like they just need one good push to have this one in the back, and they're gonna try for exactly that good push.
Radiant are scanning.
Luna ultimate and BKB are there. The refresher orb is not, so she only has both the ultimate and the BKB once. Luna, however, is going to push up the high ground and start doing some significant damage with the glaives.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
One lane of Rex taken, Luna getting out of there. 35 seconds till the full Luna combo is available. Invisibility for the Storm Spirit, but a 5-man smoke from the side of 4Pirates to render them invisible, and the catch onto the illusion is gonna give away where they're all positioned. Storm Spirit immediately uses the opportunity to go in with an Aghanim Scepter and a Luna ultimate, doing massive damage, killing off the Dazzle right off the bat. No shallow graves, no saves, no team fight. As one by one, 4Pirates are just being hunted down. And yeah, I'm starting to think this one's gonna be over. If it ends like this, totally not worth having to sit out that entire pause we just went through. But it is so hard to do anything when you're being not just overran, but also pressured down every time that you leave, right? Because there's the Luna split pushing, there's the Naga Siren with her illusion split pushing. We haven't really seen those lanes because every time there's nobody in a lane except illusions, we have more important things to look at. But the constant split push here is a large part of why Underlord could never get into the jungle to farm up that large amount of cash he needs. I'm still not sure if Underlord as a core needs to be ahead of the net worth or not though. Because we did see him do a lot of work in that one game and it went amazing for him. As the Ancient about to be slapped down, Underlord still trying, still dealing massive damage. But I don't know, I want to see a game where the one position Underlord works out. I really have to see a game where Underlord one position does stuff to see how the hero is supposed to be working, to see what his win condition is. And I still have faith in the pick. I'm gonna be honest, like maybe if I see his win condition and deem it to suck, I won't have faith in the pick anymore, but right now I have so much like faith in the Underlord 1 pick. And the one team fight, we did see him do so much work with the cleave. But the problem is not the Underlord, the problem is this really nasty Luna Storm Spirit combo from Team Next Level up against the Dazzle. I think that's such a good draft from them, because they have the means to get Storm Spirit in the backlines, target both the Jakiro and the Dazzle, make sure to nuke down both of them. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I'm gonna be done for the day. I'll be seeing you all tomorrow, but EPL is not going to be done for today. As a matter of fact, we're only hitting the halfway point here, and my good friend and colleague Costa has the, well, questionable pleasure of taking over, since, as everybody knows, he's gonna be here for a while today. But who knows? Maybe it'll be some easy 2-0s for him. I got my share of third games for today, which is really great, since we're 1.5 hours behind schedule, but all of that was filled with amazing Dota action, or pauses during the Dota games, I guess. But yeah, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm signing off. Make sure you give my boy Costa some love from me, and have a great one. Thank you all very much for watching the European Pro League, and more action coming up after the break. As always, see ya.
Welcome back to European Pro League. We got, as always, once again, the playoffs going on. We have had 2 matches previously today. It was Level Up versus Kamichara, 2-1 for Kamichara, and 4Pirates versus Team Next Level, where Team Next Level claimed the third map and reached victory. Let's see what we have here. We got Runa Team versus Zero Tenacity in EPL playoffs season 27. Let me pull it here and here. Zero Tenacity, Runa Team. I need the draft. I need 3 different tournament statistics and Cyberscore.live. Make sure to include it as well, and make sure to check them out, because it's a great site that you can use for everyday Dota needs. We got news there, recent posts, hot topics. If you're interested in gambling sites, I guess they're partners. Our partner as well, which is Cyberscore Live. You can find anything there available in 4 languages: teams, players, statistics, metrics, everything going on with the recent professional Dota matches. Let's see the draft. Why don't we see the draft? Let me find it. Okay. Draft is on. Let's go. We got Runa Team versus Zero Tenacity, or to be in order, Zero Tenacity versus Runa Team. And it's going to be lower bracket on round 1. Winner goes forward into the lower bracket quarterfinals. Loser gets eliminated. Zero Tenacity, they came from the upper bracket as well as Runa Team. Obviously, 4Pirates have beaten Z10, and Runa Team, they lost to Team Next Level. And here they are meeting us again. And we got a very interesting draft from Zero Tenacity, which I have seen previously. It's Se getting the Chen, and Yamich will play the Pudge. So Nande can Monkey King, and the Beastmaster can play position 3. It's obviously a position 3 Beastmaster with the Pudge. It's a weird duo, but it is gonna work. If it's Z10, it's gonna work. Yeah. Oh, Iruna, we got Kunka, Pak, Warlock, Dark Willow, Warlock 5, Dark Willow 4, right? And we have Doom, mid Monkey King, and carry Doom. Okay. Kunka, once he gets his spells off, he doesn't really mind being Doom. So how about getting another hero that doesn't really mind getting doomed? Puck can be elusive enough to not get doomed. Let me think. No Ursa, no Lyserb, no TA. No Medusa. This is a good Phantom Lancer game, by the way. Unless they want to pick position 3 and Kunka goes bottom, because they are Radiant, and you play stop Centaur. I need help. I need help of other tournaments and statistics. Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter minds being doomed? Yeah, kinda. But once you get your spells off and you hit the flat cannon, you don't really anymore. This is interesting. We'll see. We'll see. Zero Tenacity. They will pick up the Doom, as I said, and Nande is going to be playing the Doom. We got the others, as I said, Yamich on the Pudge again. We got Ikigai. I think he's standing in. Let me double check. Yeah. He's standing in because Stoikov is not here, because I might know where Stoikov is. I think another tournament is coming up. The esports. Yeah, in 5 days. Okay, that's still far. Okay, I don't know. Stoikov is missing because Ikigai is standing in. And on the other end, he got the usual 5 heroes. and players as well. Shigetsu, H2O, Nikiko, Quizy, and Alberka. Yep, matches as well with me. Till the end, we'll play the Warlock, Nikiko on the puck, Alberka, Kunka, Shigetsu, position 1, Gyrocopter, and Quizy on the dark below. Draft favoritism? Punch. Lunatic got better draft. Despite my likings towards this Chen, which was something I was really excited about the last time we seen it. I casted one in another region as well, where I was continuously talking about his ex for like 5 minutes, and I did the same in Europe. I'm gonna do the same if I see him actually queuing it up, but I think it's too big of a purchase. But it's a great late game, so if we might head into 40+ minutes, we might see the eggs on the Chen. Other than that, I don't think so, because he got better things to do, right? Getting the solar crest or a mechanism or drums, not going for that eggs. And obviously he chooses the usual satyr. You get the satyr mind stealer, and later on you get the satyr tormentor. Mind stealer is great. Removes mana from enemies. It's the best you can get, according to champ players. We got the usual facets, as I can see, on every single hero. Let's see how Zero Tenacity operates with the stand-in. And Runa team. Previous results for both of these teams are the following. If you look at the past 6 matches, Runa have won 4 and lost 2. They lost the 2 most recent ones, to 4Pirates and Team Next Level. Same for Zero Tenacity. They won 4 in a row, then they lost to 4Pirates, and they lost to Yellow Submarine. They are here to... Both teams are here to break the 2-game lose streak. Well, obviously one of them is gonna do it. Let's see. Yamich is ready to get the hook. I got the puck, but he just used the illusionary or preemptively, and he got the curveball. Thank you. Finally, the curveball in Europe actually appears as well. Ignite the Joyceling Rift. I think as well that the curveball is better. I seriously think. Yeah, that is gonna be annoying. Satyr Mind Stealer takes the mana out. You casted Illusionary once, you got half mana now on puck and half HP literally. It's gonna be hard, yeah. And you can, and Say can do this anytime. He gets tired of the top lane. Look at him. Okay. Mana Burn is available again. We put the creep back into the forest for 18 seconds, and he will be ready once again to remove more mana. Quizy just got 1/3 of the mana removed, and 18 seconds is almost up. You can remove the... Oh, never mind. I take it back. I did not expect this. I did not expect the Satyr Mind Stealers to be this weak, to be honest. It was really underwhelming. And that's why the curveball is so good. It can really surprise the movement of the enemies. And that's why Palked is one of the most picked hero. You got 2 facets that are actually about to be quite even when it comes down to the pick rate. Kiko should be careful, because this bot might be a good hero. It has very fragile HP and armor. Monday, I don't think I've seen him play Doom just before. He played many other heroes like Meepo, but he's gonna die. He's gonna be the first bot Quizy claiming it. They did nothing special, just hit a torrent and ran him down. Easy getting low. You should be careful, because here comes the satyr, and it's gonna steal your mind. And he's denying the pool as well. Trying to deny it, but the satyr master only having 270 movement speed. And he's 222 right click damage is not that good, so that's why he's hiding it in the early stages. It's only good for casting. Say I was getting tired of this creep, so he's like, okay, I'm gonna take it then. Stack will be 1p over there. Oh, come on, guys, season 27. Fix the plant? What do you mean? The plant is completely fine. Okay, it might need some more water, but it's all good. That plant is completely fine. Trust me. Okay, I will give it some water, but not now. I will make it drink. Who's winning map 1? Draft-wise for me, Runa. Gameplay-wise, we will find out together. Fix the plant. Yep. And they in complete control of the wave, as you can see. They are denying a lot of creeps. And now the Satyr Meister got a friend who's gonna be boosting up his movement speed, so the rat, which I always forget the name of. Nefrit is... Yeah, I mean, you are playing against Gyro, and you have a Pudge 4. I don't blame him that he's actually chunkling. Your Pudge 4 is not really proving to be useful, but it's gonna be great for ganking, I guess. I mean, the last time we've seen it from which it was. Maybe it can... Oh, what a nice kill from Queasy. And Alberca running low. Yamich is here. He's about to claim this hook. He doesn't even need to hit it. He doesn't even have enough. He doesn't even have enough mana. What? What? He doesn't have enough mana. He just ran him down. He used the TP and he got out, and he ran out of mana. That's why holding on to a mango or two was a fudge. It's really beneficial. If you're that crazy to run a Pudge at a professional tournament. We have seen this work before, right? We have seen this work before on a match that really mattered for Zero Tenacity. This is a nice gank. Wukong's command will be dropped, so he's gaining a lot of armor, and the others are just being scared away. What a hook! That they are looking forward to. The first one hit by Yamich. Actually, the second, he hit the bounty run hook on the puck, earning a nice lead for the Monkey King, and the Satyr Meister also burned a little bit of mana on puck, and all of a sudden puck was on like 60% HP and 50% mana, because he had to use the Illusionary Orb and got mana burn. Despite Nande dying 2 times, he's completely in control of this top wave, and you can really see that both of the offlaners are on the suffering end. Alberca and the Beastmaster running dead even in the network chart. Two Mongolian players approaching Nande. They're about to make a big play here because Nicky Cool is dead. He was right click to dead, and Alberca is just too low on experience that they actually make she gets it with 30. She's level 6. And the Doom is fine, and the Monkey is now. Julian claims the kill. Beastmaster is happy, Pudge is happy. They are gone from the bottom, but they got 2 kills. And Shigetsu is not really ruining the kinda okay, he's ruining the lane, but he's going back bottom. Switching the power test to intelligence, so he's gonna spend less mana overall once he switches it back. If he doesn't switch it back, then it's a question mark. Oh, what a deep dive! Till the end, claims level 6 and he uses it immediately to get the chain kill. And now they got 3 heroes besieging this tier 1 tower, and they got the golem as well. Nefrit! He was waiting for forever! But it seemed like. And finally she gets a claim to the portal, and she gets to get killed. What a play from Nefrit. He was waiting there for literally 50 seconds. I was counting. I was legitimate counting. But it pays off. Patience pays off, and it's really interesting that Nefrit just was 1k or 2k. Actually, it was 2k behind the gyro. They got 2k guy as well. I don't know what he was doing, but it was quite obvious that they are playing against the golem as long as it's alive. I don't get this TP, but 6-4 for Runa team as they claim some early kills, some early team fights, some early objectives, and Alberca is running deep. Can they find Nande? Alberca, you are basically on. Yeah, I mean, if you are this low on HP, is it really worth suiciding in and getting the Doom? I mean, you got the Doom for the third, right? First time. So I guess it's okay. What? Cybersquad Live is broken? No. It really is. What happened to the sign? Oh, it's not even loading. Tendrils! Yeah. Cybersquad Live is broken temporarily. But you can figure it out. Yamich, stop! Got 6! He just got 6 by staying alone for a long time. Oh, he's about to use the ulti onto the Kunkka, but getting eliminated from the game by the rest of the crew of Runa team, everyone except the Puck. And Alberca is running deep. He knows that Sage weak. He has the least amount of farm in the game, and he's gonna die again. I think it's now 4th time as he goes down. Yeah. He dies for the 4th time in a row, or 3. I might have mixed up the numbers. Dante? He will be surrounded. I mean, you can kind of TP out or not. But Tempest is here. And Shigetsu is out of position in my opinion, and she's going to be burned. But here comes the golem. Till the end is actually turning the teamfight turn, but just Gyro dies in the end. Till the end though, H2O will be run down by Yamich and different say as well. Till the end is dead, and I think they can claim the golem. No, the golem is way too tanky. They will not claim it. It's not even worth the hustle. It's like 150 gold. They're getting the same from a medium creep camp. Till Z10 signaling that they are still present in the game, and they have not conceded just yet, just because the early game is going horrible. If you look at the objectives, the towers are down. Midas, decent timing considering that Nande died 3 times. That's why he's so good with these heroes. It's kind of like feeding, like you see him running 0-4 with Lifestealer in the lane, and all of a sudden a Radiance notification just pops up on the pops on up on a side window, and it says 14 minutes Radiance. You are like wondering what? He's using the mana burn as well, but it's a different type of mana burn, because the previous mana burn is not a mana burn, it's the mana. One of them is mana removal, the other one is mana burn, which is not the same, because one of them is percentage based, the other one is fixed value, I believe, but I might be wrong. 2k still there for Runa, but most of their ultimates are on cooldown. Bedlam comes out of it, it's gonna be available, but you really need an additional one. The Dream Call or the Ghost Ship to be available. Dream Call up in half a minute. Showing you long cooldown. 19 kills, 12 minutes. So I got a tiny bit of a better creep now in the form of the Satyr Mindstealer. And soon he can, once he levels it up to 4, he can turn it into a Satyr. Why do I forget the name? It's every time. Satyr Mindstealer and Satyr Tormentor, of course. Oh god, so